host's objection is validly taken by any member that there is not a quorum present, the person presiding shall direct members to be summoned, and if at the end of 5 minutes a quorum is not present, he or she shall adjourn the House without question put. On the agenda for this session, Independent Fiscal Commission Act 2020 is to be tabled and taken through all its stages. Minister of Finance and Public Service, Dr. Nigel Clark, says the Independent Fiscal Commission Act 2020 is consistent with the Government of Jamaica's policy commitment to institutionalize fiscal transparency and strengthen Jamaica's fiscal responsibility framework. He told Parliament that with the Fiscal Commission, the government seeks to institutionalize around the principles of enhancing accountability of the policy-making process and take greater societal ownership of Jamaica's economic direction. And that's what's on the agenda. It should be noted, though, that elements of the day's agenda can be changed or moved. Before we go, here are a few things you should bear in mind if you plan to attend a session at Gordon House. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. There should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. Now, over to the proceedings.
For little people, it's a really big world.
This meeting of the Honourable Senate for Friday, February 12, 2020 is called to order. And before we begin the business of the day, I bring to the attention of the Senate the passing of Mr. Justice Paul Harrison, retired, former President of the Court of Appeal, a jurist of unquestioned integrity and capacity, a man who dedicated his professional life to the judicial system as a prosecutor, resident magistrate, judge of the Supreme Court, judge of the Court of Appeal, and later president of the Court of Appeal. He served the country in many different areas, having left the bench as commissioner, and he also provided invaluable judicial service in the Turks and Caicos Islands and Cayman and in other jurisdictions as well. It cannot be said that he did not perform his role admirably, and I will ask the clerk to write to his family, his widow, his daughter, and his son, Dirk Harrison, who we know as the former Contractor General, conveying to the family our best wishes and condolences. I bring to the attention of the Senate also that this morning we are joined by our new legal counsel, Ms. Shanae Cunningham, who replaces Ms. Facey, who we had a very excellent working relationship with. I had occasion to speak with her this morning, and I'm sure that she will provide a valuable service to us here in the Senate. So welcome, Ms. Cunningham. Statements by ministers.
Mr. President, I have a very brief statement to make by way of update to a statement which I made a few weeks ago. Senators will recall, in fact, that I...
Sorry, Chair, are there copies?
There should be. Yes, yes. A few weeks ago, I made a statement on developments concerning the implementation of the Shipwrighter Agreement. And the statement then was made in light of public interest arising from the case of the Lady Lala, which was intercepted pursuant to that agreement. By way of reminder, I had informed the Chamber that the Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and National Security, the Attorney General and the Director of Public Prosecution, supported by an interministerial technical team, convened a meeting with senior U.S. officials on the 6th of January 2021 to further review the operational procedures associated with implementation of the agreement. I can inform this Chamber that progress has been achieved and the work towards finalizing these protocols is far advanced. I'm advising that further to the meeting, the Government of Jamaica transmitted draft revised proposals to our U.S. counterparts, in response to which we received the reply of the U.S. government accepting many of our proposals and sharing counter-proposals. Having received the comments of the U.S. government, the Jamaican stakeholders further met, again, this is the interministerial team, and considered the counter-proposals in detail. Just earlier this week, we transmitted the response of the Jamaican government. With this latest round of exchanges now concluded, both sides have found agreement on the majority of proposed protocols, and a meeting is now being scheduled between us to iron out the handful of issues where there still remains a difference of opinion. The timely responses and the constructive engagement have maintained the spirit of cooperation between the parties and have provided some optimism that we will finalize these protocols within a reasonably short period of time. Mr. President, these operational protocols are at their core, aimed at improving the flow of information between the parties at critical stages in the process. The ultimate aim of these protocols is to put the Government of Jamaica in the best position possible to do two main things. On the one hand, to further enable us to take strong and effective action to put a serious dent in the illicit uses of our maritime areas, and on the other, to improve our ability to protect the interests of our citizens who may be intercepted at sea pursuant to the Shipwrighter Agreement. The government is committed to achieving both goals. The reality is, Mr. President, that our vast maritime area, which is almost 25 times that of our landmass, is exploited for trafficking in guns and drugs. Cooperation with our international partners is therefore not only important, it is necessary if we want to achieve any meaningful and sustainable reduction in serious crime in Jamaica. The 2019 case concerning the Josette and the more recent incident involving the Lady Lala and her crew have highlighted the need for continued review and refinement of the systems established to give effect to the agreement. I therefore wish to reiterate the Government of Jamaica's commitment to securing the improvements needed to make the agreement the effective crime-fighting tool it was intended to be, while ensuring the rights of our citizens are protected. We therefore will continue to find ways to create new and better systems and to making the existing ones as efficient as possible within the applicable legal framework. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President. I welcome the update from the Minister, and I thank her for that. I would point out that after the 2019 case with the Josette, it would have been helpful if this review and the effort that has gone into putting in the new protocols had the government of Jamaica at the time taken the initiative to, as rigorously as it appears that we're now re-examining the agreement and the various and the operational protocols, it could have perhaps avoided the Lady Lala incident. Nevertheless, better late than never. I want to remind the Senate that the amendments that were made in 2016 gives the Minister of National Security the discretion to waive jurisdiction. It does not oblige the minister to waive jurisdiction. So every case can be examined on its merits. And where the operation of the agreement isn't working as anticipated or isn't working well, the minister, the government, through the Minister of National Security, is well within its rights to say, hold on, pause. We're not going to waive this jurisdiction until we sort out the issues that have arisen. But in any event, I think this agreement originated way back. It was in the 90s, the original, 98 was the original agreement. And after 20 odd years, it really would warrant, in any event, had it even been up without these two incidents, I think it would have warranted a comprehensive review. And I am not sure whether the protocols by themselves can provide that broader comprehensive review, or whether we probably need to go back to the agreement, the bilateral, as well as the, we may need to amend the law. And why do I say this? For the very reasons that the minister has pointed out in her statement, why it is important for us to cooperate with international partners. The vast maritime area, primarily, 25 times the landmass, that we will not likely be able to effectively patrol ourselves. Could we, Minister, expand this cooperation to include, for example, Mr. President, the protection of our marine resources? A recurrent theme has been the exploitation of the shellfish and the fishing resources in the Pedro Keys area, the Pedro Banks area, and in other parts of our exclusive economic zone. Perhaps we could look at expanding now the cooperation to include those areas. We could expand it, for example, to include environmental offenses. Again, within our zone, if shipping entities were discharging toxic materials into our waters, for example, do we have the ability to call on this cooperation to address such issues? Instead of trafficking being limited to only guns and drugs, perhaps we could expand it to a wider range of contraband. So I really am using this opportunity to ask the Minister if she could expand on the areas covered by the protocols to see whether it includes perhaps broadening the area of cooperation, or within the general agreement of cooperation, broadening the areas of concern that we would ask for assistance with. Policing our marine resources, helping us police our marine resources, and against environmental degradation in particular. Those are two that come to mind. There may be others. And
so that is the question that you're asking the minister?
That is the question I'm asking.
Because I didn't consider why do I say this as a question, so I was waiting for the question, which has now come.
Yes, but I was laying the foundation. And so if the minister could say a little more about the new protocols, and whether, if they're not sufficient to cover these expanded areas of concern, whether a wholesale review after 20 odd years, a wholesale review of the maritime cooperation agreements, starting with the USA, but perhaps with other partners as well, to expand the areas of cooperation, to include things like protecting our marine resources and patrolling for environmental degradation type offenses or other contraband being trafficked in our exclusive economic zone or on Jamaican flag vessels.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank Senator Bunting for his questions and his intervention. Just regarding the light reference made at the start of his intervention regarding what occurred after the matter of the Just Set had come to light. There were efforts and there were meetings, but the parties were not only a bit further apart on what needed to be done, but the fact is that we have gone beyond that. The review of how we implement has in fact been, I think, more expansive and more intensive this time around. They say hindsight is 2020. The issue of the Lady Lala arose in between while we were in the train of consultations. And what we have done now is to go back to what was originally proposed and to enhance and ask for more adjustments. So you could consider this a continuation of the process. Now, while Senator Bunting says that it is within the power of the Minister of National Security to say that we should pause while we review, I am absolutely certain that we are quite clear on this side that the persons who would benefit the most from any such pause would be the criminals. Undoubtedly. There is nothing that a gun trafficker or a drug trafficker or indeed a human trafficker would wish to hear more coming from this chamber than that there was going to be a pause in that. This is the reality. It is not inconsistent with anything which has been said before. No. We are reviewing the systems to implement what exists. And I could raise the same and say you can't say something is good when it's yours and it's bad when it's someone else's. The point is that we are working to improve the methods by which we implement the system, recognizing that the cooperation is important. The principles embodied in the agreement themselves are sound. And what we need to work on, given that the scope of the agreement was changed as we took office, that we continue to refine and to improve. And the fact is that the agreement provides for that. It provides for consultations when there are differences of interpretation or differences in view as to implementation. And that is what we're doing. So we, in respect of putting anything on pause, this government is committed to fighting trafficking of guns and drugs with our partners and through our security forces, including our Coast Guard and its cooperative efforts with the Southern Command and other partners to ensure that we are able to make a sustainable dent in illicit crime, which I keep saying, we must remember to connect the dots of what is happening on those high seas and what is happening in our communities. Jamaica does not make guns. Not only do we have issues where we are that we're seeking to address in terms of strengthening our ports, there are many, many, many informal points of entry across the coast of Jamaica. And it must therefore be that we engage with partners to ensure that, we are able to make an indentation in the use of our illicit use of our maritime areas. So we will not be holding on and we will not be pausing, Senator Bunting. Regarding the expansion of cooperation, it is my understanding that information is shared in respect of other illicit arrangements regarding fishing, etc., but that it is our Coast Guard who manages those matters, and we would certainly take guidance in respect of those issues were the security forces to request additional support from our international partners in that regard. To date, we have not received any request to expand in that regard. Regarding the issue of environmental matters, that is pollution, etc., those are based in the maritime legislation, and those are actually being updated. And where those provide for international cooperation, they don't necessarily come under the purview of the waiver of jurisdiction. And it has not come to our attention that the number of incidents in that regard require this type of cooperation, and that is the waiver of jurisdiction. We have not had any such discussions. The Jamaican government, through the Maritime Authority of Jamaica and its related agencies and departments, are, so far as we understand, sufficiently empowered and able to address those matters. Certainly, one should never take any matter as being set in stone, but indeed, treaties and bilateral agreements last for many years. And once the ground principles are in place, protocols, procedures, and other matters, means of implementation, is where the focus is placed to ensure that they continue to be living and breathing and adapting to current and modern changes in circumstances. And that is what we're seeking to do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I am disappointed that in the spirit of the crime management consensus, which some of us in this parliament are working hard to see through to eventual success, that the minister would even want to suggest that the opposition would be asking for some sort of pause on the shipwright agreement. The minister well knows, she's erudite enough to know that all I was pointing out was the discretion remains with the government in each and every case to make their own decision. Their hands are not tied in terms of compelling them to waive jurisdiction on either or all, any or all of the vessel, the cargo, the non-nationals, or the nationals. That is the point. And I think it's important for all watching, particularly coming out of a consensus press conference yesterday, that we don't send that signal to suggest anything other than a consensus on the principles and the objectives of that agreement, and specifically on the illicit maritime drug trafficking agreements that we have. So, judging from your response, you are unwilling to give us any further details in terms of the changes in the operational protocols, beyond saying that there have been changes and that there are more changes to come. I really thought you could help us understand what some of the more important operational elements which have changed now in their negotiations versus what had occurred before.
To the extent you can drill down into a question from that, you can respond to it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the Senator has blessed me with the label of erudition, I will do my best. And I will do so by starting by thanking him for clarifying and assuring that he is in fact not seeking to ask for a pause on the implementation of the agreement, because indeed that is what I, in good faith and in all my erudition, understood him to have said. So I in the spirit in which it's offered, I'm pleased to know that you're not suggesting suspension of the operation of the Shipwrider Agreement, and that you're recognizing its importance to our fight against crime. In the spirit of consensus, I believe that that is an important point to be made. Mr. President, regarding the issue of operational improvements, I will call them improvements. Essentially what we are doing is we're increasing the amount of information which is exchanged at different stages of the operation, of an interception, including so it would be pre-boarding, after boarding, and upon arrival in the States. So at those 3 stages, we are enhancing the information that is exchanged. And that is, I believe, what is the most that I think should reasonably be shared. That is a part of what is being discussed. It is. So I hope that this will satisfy the Senator, and he will acknowledge that.
That was the specific
that you wanted to
piece
see.
of information I was trying to elicit from you, just to avoid another situation where you have the embarrassment of having to learn in the newspapers of the fate.
Senator, this is not the lower house. So we have a question and one standing, one sitting.
As I said, to avoid the embarrassment of having to hear of the fate of our nationals in the news through the newspapers.
President.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Senator Brown.
Minister, on page 2, you said in the second paragraph, the government is committed to achieving both goals. And the 2 goals outlined was 1, to deal with illicit use of our maritime, and secondly, to improve our ability to protect the interests of our citizens who may be intercepted. Those citizens I understand to be like those fishermen on the Jusset who complain about slave-like conditions. Those citizens include, I take it, the people on the Lady Lala who have complained about how they were dealt with and truth being spoken against them. Against that background, will the minister indicate whether or not these new protocols will be made public so citizens who must go out at sea will understand these protocols and what is to follow and whether they are being abided by the foreign partner? I also want to ask, because I make one set of questions, President, whether or not any of the protocols relate to compensation in the case where property of the citizens of Jamaica are damaged or destroyed by the foreign partner. Second, second in terms of protocols, is there any protocol relating to what occurs when the allegations which gave rise to the waiver is not proven in court? So again, the judge had allegations which were not proven in court, and Lady Law had allegations which were not proven in court. Are there protocols relating to that? And thirdly, in terms of the protocol that I'm asking specifically if any exist, are there protocols relating to the conditions of custody, conditions of our citizens being held in custody? And I raise this against the background, Minister, that the lady just said people said they were stripped, terrible food, left out in the elements on the boat, chained, are there protocols which relate to how our citizens are to be treated on the foreign partners' vessel? May it please.
Mr. President, in response to the question as to whether the protocols will be made public, the answer is that is not under consideration at this time. The protocols are operational protocols between two bilateral partners in respect of security cooperation and in support of consular protection. The matter of compensation is not a part of this discussion. That is in response to the second question. In respect to the third, the issue of what occurs when allegations are not proven is related to, but not is indirect. Let me phrase it otherwise. It is indirectly being addressed, and in respect of the conditions in which persons are kept, I would say that it is a general principle underpinning the agreement of cooperation that all citizens will be treated with respect to their human rights and respect to their rights under the not only bilateral agreement but between the treaty conventions to which both countries are party. There is in no way, shape or form it would never be contemplated that one would need to stipulate the details of these matters. If the allegations which have been made, which found the case that currently subsists in respect of the crew of the Jusset, if the allegations which they have made are proved, then those matters will be proved to have been a breach of the understanding of the parties pursuant to the agreement. Thank you.
I take it, President, that the Minister mentioned that in respect to the Jusset, that she's aware that the matter has now been allowed by a judge to go to trial, and which is good. But if the protocols are not going to be made public, other than a general thing that we have protocols, how will the citizens of Jamaica know if the government is achieving the goals? If we don't know what the goals are, how can we know if you're scoring any? At least we know West Indies made 409 last night. But how do we know if you're succeeding?
I don't consider that to be a question that the minister. You want the minister to respond to that?
Certainly not the West Indies part, but how would we know if they're achieving the goals? Because as Parliament, we have to hold the government accountable.
But I understand that the minister is saying that it's a question. Anyway, Minister, you respond to it if you wish. How will the public know that?
Answer from the erudite one.
How will the public, if you say that for security reasons the issues are not being made public, how will the public know? That's the question, I guess.
Mr. President?
You can say, answer that.
Mr. President, I'm not sure that that the senator intended this
I don't
to be
really
a
think
question.
that. I think it was a rhetorical.
I think he was exactly.
It's a rhetorical question.
I didn't take it as anything other than a rhetorical question.
Thank you. Announcements. You see, I'm not told these things beforehand, so
Mr. President, I rise this morning to update the Senate and indeed the nation on where we are, having received the INDICOM Special Investigation Report into the Rio Colbert Juvenile Correctional Center just under 2 weeks ago. Mr. President, I had committed when I became a minister to always bring to the attention of the Senate any issues found, regardless of how unpleasant, once deemed appropriate to do so. You see, Mr. President, we cannot stand in this House only in times of convenience and comfort, but we have to be prepared to bring the facts to the public, even when uncomfortable to do so. This report certainly doesn't make, and I refer to the Indicom Special Investigation Report, does not make for easy reading. It is the third in a series of special investigations by Indicom into DCS facilities. There have also been in recent times reports from the Office of the Public Defender into allegations of abuse and an alleged hunger strike at the St. Catherine Adult Correctional Centre, along with internal reviews conducted by the Internal Audit Department and the Inspectorate Branch under the Ministry of National Security. Though not the focus of today's statement to the Senate, by way of an update, the internal audit conducted into the circumstances surrounding the death of inmate Noel Chambers and the treatment of the mentally ill within our facilities has now been complete and will be tabled in both the lower and the upper houses of the Parliament soon. As appropriate, I will seek Cabinet's formal approval for this report to be tabled next week, and members can expect no delay in the report's tabling as per the commitment provided in June 2020. Mr. President, there are other reviews taking place both by state agencies and international partners. Some of these reviews have been invited, some are by independent agencies fulfilling their remit. I expect more of the same in the short term, while necessary fixes are being made. Mr. President, I've had the opportunity to read and review such reports dating back to 2005. The greatest discomfort I have felt in reading and reviewing these documents has come from the realization of how similar they all are. Mr. President, it is impatient of debate that the correctional services have suffered greatly because of chronic underinvestment and neglect. If one is to review these documents, it will become abundantly clear that certain areas remain common to all of these reports. The primary areas of commonality include the ghastly condition of all infrastructure, the weak management controls which have led to many administrative breaches, and 3, the urgent need for development of standard operating procedures for several sections within the operation. However, Mr. President, the focus of this morning's statement is indeed the most recent report into the Rio Cobre Juvenile Correctional Centre. Mr. President, the first issue I would like to raise this morning is as it relates to the issue of uncontrollable children in correctional facilities. Mr. President, let us state categorically, they should not be there. The situation has arisen because of the discretionary power granted to the courts by the Child Care and Protection Act, Section 24, subsection 2B. This allows a judge to issue a correctional order to a juvenile deemed uncontrollable. Successive administrations have committed to correcting this wrong. Mr. President, this discretion must be removed. Quite frankly, we have spoken about it for too long, and it is indeed time to act. Mr. President, this administration will act. Commitment has already been given by the Minister of Education, Youth and Information, the Honourable Minister Favour Williams, and reiterated by Minister of State, Honourable Robert Morgan. This will ensure that this injustice does not recur in the future. As it relates to the 26 juveniles who are deemed uncontrollable, who are in the custody of DCS, arrangements and plans are being made to firstly have them separated from those juveniles who have been criminally charged or convicted, while consultations are had with the courts and the Ministry of Education in a bid to seek their permanent and appropriate relocation. Mr. President, colleague senators, a correctional facility is simply not set up to deal with the nuanced issues facing juveniles deemed uncontrollable. In fact, our correctional officers are simply not trained to manage them and provide the necessary psychosocial support for those deemed uncontrollable. They are trained to manage those on remand or those convicted of criminal offenses. To my mind, the injustice is compounded when one considers the profile of the population of our wards. Mr. President, we have just over 200 juveniles in our custody. Approximately 17% of them were sent to us by the courts after being deemed uncontrollable. One must remember that DCS is a creature of instruction and must accept the rulings of the courts. However, Mr. President, just for colleagues to understand and appreciate the issue a correctional officer will face in executing his or her duties, I thought it important to share the profile of that population of wards. You see, Mr. President, we have wards who have been remanded and convicted of crimes including murder, shooting with intent, illegal possession of firearms and ammunition, rape, burglary, robbery, housebreaking, and destruction of property, amongst other crimes. It's not the space for children who have not committed crimes to be interacting. One can imagine that creating the ideal process for securing and rehabilitating our wards is indeed challenging. In fact, some of the dangers faced by our correctional officers working in juvenile facilities are no different than those working in adult facilities. Mr. President, contained in the INDICOM report are several issues grounded in the appropriateness of disciplinary measures and allegations of heavy-handedness. Now, though much of the report and assessment of the allegations has been deemed inconclusive, even as stated in their report by the investigators, and there have been no recommendations for criminal prosecution, we have taken the steps to invite appropriate external agencies, including the CPFSA and CISOCA, to investigate. Further, we have asked the Inspectorate branch within the Ministry of National Security to review the situation and determine if there are indeed administrative breaches. Despite angry and loud calls for the Minister to fire people at will, I think colleague Senators Gale and Brown would understand, perhaps more than most, why that is not appropriate and, in fact, not legal. Quite frankly, the Minister has no such power to wantonly fire anyone. We will, however, in consultation with the Office of the Services Commission, pursue any and all disciplinary measures deemed appropriate when investigations are concluded. Mr. President, I thought it important to note that despite not being listed in the report as infractions which have caused the disciplinary action to be applied, some of the infractions have included the throwing of feces and semen at our correctional officers and staff, the destruction and vandalism of the facility, including destruction of the TV in a particular dorm, and the gang beating of another ward, all of which would have taken place in the same period of this report. Discipline, Mr. President. That aside, the question still arises as to what is the appropriate form of discipline for our juveniles, how it should be applied, and have our officers stuck to the established standards. Now, I won't spend the time allotted to me for this statement to go through every procedure as listed currently in our SOPs and training manuals. However, to note that even inmates and wards are entitled to hearings in the facility, the principle of natural justice is not dispensed of inside facilities. There also must be appropriate documentation held in all cases. Mr. President, one of the issues that has caused, I think, significant discomfort in public discourse over the matter is the use of the jail block. It has come under significant scrutiny. Despite being used for years, its use must be reviewed. I have already issued written instructions to the Commissioner of Corrections, Lieutenant Colonel Guerrero, which include the following. The jail block is not to be used without written instructions from the superintendent. The intention for this area is not that it be used as punishment, but rather as an area of separation when the assessment of the superintendent is that either the ward is in danger or endangering the well-being of others. Under no circumstance should the ward or wards be stripped. If there are concerns about the ward being a danger to himself, the appropriate consultation with the medical officer must be had, and they must be placed in the suicide watch rooms designated for such while they receive care as opposed to being held in the jail block. Additionally, for information, the area has 2 cells, and urgent work will be done to add an additional bathroom area. The area will be reconfigured to ensure that no request has to be made of anyone by anyone held in that area to use the bathroom. Mr. President, for context, the most recent use, as at this morning, of the jail block was to separate 4 boys from the ward population after they had gang beaten another boy. This was to ensure his safety and to create a cooling off period. There are, in the report, other allegations of abuse. I have instructed the Commissioner Guerrero Lieutenant Colonel Guerrero to forward these allegations to the relevant state agencies for further investigation. The report also alleges that the proper standard of reporting was not maintained, and this will be a focus of the Inspectorate branch as it conducts its investigation. One thing is for sure, Mr. President, a critical part of any rehabilitation program must be indeed discipline. However, this must be administered in an appropriate and consistent manner. The education program also comes up for discussion in the report, Mr. President. And it was an area of particular concern to me in the report where the allegations were made related to students being barred from sitting examinations. Though this matter is also the subject of investigation, I think it's important to update the Senate on preliminary findings because of the gravity of the allegations. The findings so far have not supported this allegation, even though, and to note, the Indicom report also says no evidence has been found to support the allegation, but because it was printed and reprinted in the media, I think the discussion should be had. However, the listed allegation in the report lacks context. In one of the cases of the 4 that were up for discussion, an inmate who had been released from the institution returned to sit exams and was barred from entry after trying to smuggle contraband. Arrangements were made for him to sit the exam at another institution, and similar infractions occurred, and he had to be removed from there as well. Without going into detail, and for obvious reasons, there's only one case that gives me deep concern, and I'll be monitoring the outcome of that investigation very closely. And that, colleagues, was the one related to an inmate who said he was at Metcalfe Street and was to have been picked up to go to Rio Cobre. I'm particularly concerned and await the outcome of that investigation. I think it's important to state that the access to education is a critical pillar to the rehabilitation process, and we will not allow any hindrance to be placed in the way of awards in our care. Beyond this, Mr. President, I think it's important to update the Senate and indeed the nation, because we have convened a working group to address much of the issues in the report, but with particular focus on the duty of care to these inmates and wards. This work will include the focus on developing SOPs which are in line with best practices and culturally appropriate for the discipline of inmates and wards, enhanced training for our officers who interface with juveniles, enhanced training indeed for our wards, the conducting of a review of the educational program within our facilities, and evaluation of the psychosocial support available to wards with recommendations to come. Our Chief Technical Director in the Ministry, CTD Shauna Trowers, will chair this working group, and the following groups have been invited to nominate a representative and participate: the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Public Defender's Office, CISOCA, the Children's Advocate, CFPSA, UNICEF, the Psychiatric Association, and Disabled Community. Mr. President, I will also be engaging the unions representing the correctional officers within the facilities that cater to juveniles to provide representation on the working group. This will not be a committee for announcement purposes. The TOR will be published, and the completion of the work will target a 90-day deadline. This group will be given 100% support from DCS and total access to our facilities to ensure that the plan, when completed, is indeed a roadmap to ensure discipline, education, and the care, physical and psychological, for our wards is appropriate and achieves the goal of rehabilitation. Mr. President, the state of the infrastructure in the Department of Correctional Services is well known to be abominable. The state of affairs has been exacerbated by the budgetary cuts because of the impact of COVID-19. Though as at the end of 2019, we had spent considerably more than the previous administration on improving the infrastructure, providing greater access to sanitation, it simply is not enough. The cut of over $300 million from the 2020 to 2021 capital budget was a difficult pill to swallow. Though it was expected and understood, this allocation represented well-needed investment to continue to improve the conditions in the facilities. That aside, Mr. President, the issue of the condition of DCS infrastructure has once again been placed front and center in the Indicom Special Investigation Report into the Rio Cobre facility. The report said, and I quote, "The facility is in relatively good condition, and overall, the wards commented favorably on many aspects of the regime, namely cleanliness, food, recreation, ablutions. However, the physical infrastructure in some areas was very poor. Specifically, the bathrooms in the dormitories were observed to be in poor condition, with the toilets missing seat lids and were heavily stained. The absence of doors on the toilet stalls was wholly unsatisfactory and deprives wards of privacy and dignity. Broken faucets on the face basins and leaking showers require immediate remedial repairs. Now, on the face of it, from my own observations, from a tour of the facility just yesterday, these are fair criticisms and require immediate attention. The necessary process to have these matters addressed is and was already underway. But admittedly, for anyone who knows me, they know I grade myself a little harder than that. So even for the areas that have been deemed satisfactory, a full assessment will be done. And where improvements can be afforded, they will come on immediately. But certainly we will rank the needs and the risk factors with this infrastructural work. I, however, think it important, again, to set context and wish to update colleagues on work which has been done in the facility and is indeed underway with a targeted completion date of April 15th. This work would have commenced previous to this report being printed. Over the last 2 years, we have done repair works to the septic tank, emergency electrical works to ensure reduced risk of potential fire, works on the house mother's rooms, including tiling and plumbing and construction through all bathrooms, repair on a malfunctioning generator, repair on a malfunctioning oven and stove. A fire system has been put in, significant electrical works, kitchen upgraded, repairing of tank stands to ensure that we have adequate water supply, support and reconstruction of a collapsing roof in one of the areas, and we've also enhanced security safety. We've sorted out generators, we've installed air conditions in the computer room where wards are trained. We have done drain cleaning and replaced manhole covers that created risks. We have repaired and replaced, in some cases, metal bunk beds. We've also had to reroute sewage and do replacement works of old pipes that were causing smell in the facilities. We've done, and in recent times, we've done construction of new bathroom facilities. We've also updated and renovated some of the same bathroom facilities that are now subject of the report. We've built an area for staff to change and store their goods, their clothes before. And we are in the process, colleagues, of renovating a full new ward, which will be at the standard we want. Now, one of the things that jumped out at me in this tour, one of the bathrooms I toured was one of the first places I toured last year, and I wish I had pictures of it, because it was not in the condition that I saw yesterday. And I've asked now that the date of completion of works be included in the files for these reports so that context can be included, because we do face a serious vandalism issue. And I think that will be important going forward. I also inquired as to why the sorts of industrial toilets that had been put in the cells at Horizon, the metal, stainless steel, I imagine, ones. And one of the issues that has been brought to my attention, why you can't buy those, though they're more expensive, they last longer supposedly. The water pressure required for those is simply not in the areas where we have most of our correctional facilities. They also have servicing requirements that I wouldn't have known, which make it very difficult for us to use those. So the sustainable infrastructure that you'd want to put in place is not quite appropriate for our circumstances. But, Mr. President, apart from that 117 million, I bring to your attention just the sort of capital budget that has been spent on our facilities over the last 10 years. Now, even though, and it's not comparing apples and apples, and I don't remember the exact year, perhaps members can remind me, even though we've pulled out vehicles out of the capital budget for buildings, and it wouldn't have been disaggregated in the past, even with that pulling out, we would have spent 30% more, and it is wholly inadequate. Significantly more investment needs to be put in place to our facilities. We would have spent 30% more, but as I said, it is not adequate. But, colleagues, the time is not for haphazard development and running behind every negative report. The time is for a strategic approach and things to be done in a systematic manner. One of the things that we did, and I think the ministry must learn, all ministries and all entities would learn when there's good, you need to do more of it, and when there's bad, you need to correct it urgently. One of the things that has been done well is a project that we did to renovate and restore over 100 police stations have been completed already, and that is a Project Rock. An engineering assessment was done at the beginning of that process. So it wasn't left up to political discretion. The risks were ranked, the ones in the worst condition and the ones with that were shovel-ready or closer to shovel-ready received funds first, and you were able to proceed in a particular manner. Now, we will take some steps, as I said, to approach this in a systematic manner. A risk assessment of all facilities by the Jamaica Fire Brigade to determine risk levels for fires and other disasters will be done to ensure that remedial work is prioritized in line with that risk assessment. Secondly, an engineering assessment, as I mentioned, of all facilities to properly determine the conditions and all costs for renovations and maintenance for our facilities will be done. This is to ensure that we're adequately able to represent ourselves to the Ministry of Finance as they plan going forward. The second phase includes the continued engagement of the Development Bank of Jamaica to develop the financial modality for funding of a new adult correctional facility. The process of getting shovel-ready for the following necessary infrastructure developments across our facilities, which include a forensic ward, a prison infirmary, suicide watch rooms in all facilities, a massive sanitation upgrade of all facilities, digital courtroom build-outs, a Supermax facility for some of our worst gang leaders and violence producers, and indeed a joint project with an NGO, which I will name in short order, to relocate all bedridden inmates into an appropriate environment. This, Mr. President, is the work that must be undertaken to bring DCS into the 21st century, along with a full overhaul of the Corrections Act and an updated training program for our correctional officers. Mr. President, the reading of the reports for the last 10 years was a heavy exercise, but we have a duty to make the changes necessary to ensure better outcomes for those in our custody, and indeed better security outcomes by targeting a 50% reduction in the current recidivism rate. Mr. President, with that I close and invite responses and questions from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Samuda. Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know it's the convention, particularly when a significant statement is made by a minister, that the opposition spokesman is allowed to make a few remarks before going into the questions. And I am
asking if that is the convention
anticipating your discretion. I'm anticipating that discretion in your regard. Notice you felt you had to defend the leader of opposition business very early in my remarks my response to the very earlier statement. Leader of government business, sorry. I don't know why I keep prophesying. But, having been Minister of National Security, and at the time I had no other minister in the portfolio, so I had to pay a lot of attention, first-hand attention to the correctional services. And, I'm very sympathetic to my colleague, Minister Samuda. I'm also very saddened as I listened to and read his statement, because I understand the deep sense of frustration that he must have addressing this issue, or the range of issues, actually, in the correctional services. I had the same sense of frustration in trying to get colleagues and indeed society to put the priority, which we should, on the issue of the whole correctional system and moving away from a system designed for punishment to a system designed for rehabilitation. The truth of the matter is, Mr. President, is that too many of our citizens have little or no sympathy for inmates or persons who are in detention, whether juvenile or adult, more so for adults, because they feel that, you know, them wicked and basically them deserve whatever them get there. But it's really a mark of a society's evolution and its enlightenment, how it treats those who are most vulnerable. And certainly most residents of correctional facilities are, just by virtue of their loss of liberty and living in what the minister has described as the ghastly condition of the infrastructure in most of our correctional facilities, puts them amongst the most vulnerable in society. Some, we may say, deserve it. But there are many there who, I would say, but for the grace of God, it could be anybody. And in particular, in our juvenile facilities, what often happens is that the victims of abuse end up being punished by being sent to the juvenile facilities. Many of the children who are deemed uncontrollable and act out is in response to abuse they're receiving at home, not necessarily from a parent or guardian, but it could be from a neighbor, it could be from some set of circumstances that they're in. And they're responding in an uncontrollable fashion by virtue of being the extent of the abuse they're receiving. Then they get sent to correctional facilities, and they're put in with wards or inmates who may have mental health conditions, some who may be sociopaths, and everybody is mixed together in essentially the same population. And it's really an abuse of their human rights. The commissioner yesterday at the press conference for the crime consensus said that 45% of those who come out of the correctional system become reoffenders. I assume that is the current position, but it has always been a very high level, whether it be, yeah, between 40 and 47. Well, put it this way, roughly 1 out of every 2 ends up reoffending. And what people don't realize is that, certainly in my time, when I was minister, we did a study of the population of the 2 high security adult correctional facilities, Tower Street and St. Catherine. And fully 70% of that population in the 2 high security facilities were scheduled for release within the next 2 to 3 years. So we need to understand that if we brutalize and dehumanize these inmates, in 2 or 3 years, the majority of them are going to be back in our communities, back in our families, back in families, back in our communities, having now become very angry. And indeed, some of them probably functioning, operating at some deeply dysfunctional level. So, Mr. President, this is such a serious issue. I have no interest in making any political points in this. It is something that I feel.
Is that the position of your entire team today?
I'm speaking for myself.
Okay.
Because it is something that I have struggled with personally in trying. Recognizing that at the time, in 2014, 2015, we had done a study that what we saw as a solution, and in fact, we had designed a facility. Minister Samud, I hope you're privy to that. We had designed a facility, a maximum security facility to replace Tower Street and Spanish Town. It was to be located on the same Tamarind Farm property. And we actually started construction of a new dormitory facility at Tamarind Farm, which is now complete. And the idea was we could move out the medium security prisoners to that facility and have a state-of-the-art maximum security facility that would address a lot of the issues a lot of the challenges that Minister Samuda now faces with inmates making cellular phone calls, etc. And I commend to him as I see what he speaks to as a comprehensive strategy. Page, it's not numbered, it's page 10, right? About the forensic ward, the prison infirmary, the supermax. To look at that original plan, the architecture, a lot of stuff was done by architects already, not the working drawings, but the overall concept and design. And by aggregating these facilities together, Minister Samuda, there are some efficiencies to be gained. For example, there would have been much less movement of inmates or persons in detention to go to court to make appearances, etc. You could centralize even having a court facility in that new facility that we had contemplated at Tamarind Farm. So, to move now to the specific questions. The Tamarind Farm facility at the time, I think the estimate was $10 billion to build it, 10 billion Jamaican dollars at the time. We were offered $4 billion by the UK government. For whatever reason, that didn't take place. At the time, the Ministry of National Security budget, capital budget was $2 billion thereabouts. And it obviously would have taken 5 years of entire dedication to that one facility to get it done. Now, the ministry obviously has a much bigger budget. In the 3 years ending 2019, 2020, or 2020, 2021, I can't remember, but Minister Chang mentioned it yesterday. There was $42 billion in capital budget spent in those 3 years. We could have taken out the $10 billion, even if it's now 12 with inflation, to do it. So I want to ask, what is the medium term? Because this isn't going to be done in a year. A proper fix won't be done in a year, but it certainly can be done in 3 to 5 years. And I wanted the minister to say what was the anticipated capital budget to comprehensively address these issues, particularly issues of infrastructure that he has outlined. The second question, and it has to do with a point he made in his statement. The correctional services or the correctional facilities are often, in a sense, the parking lot. I don't want, dumping ground might sound too emotive, but the parking lot for cases that the courts and the police don't know, and the families don't know how to deal with. So we ended up, at one point, I'm not sure what it is now, we ended up with 250 schizophrenics or persons with serious mental illness who ended up at Tower Street, even though they should have been in a forensic psychiatric facility, some therapeutic facility.
Senator, you know that your run-up is now exceeding the time of the statement itself. So we have some other business to do. I don't mean to rush you, but if you could just ask a question.
But it's entirely in the interest of being helpful.
No, I understand
Mr. President.
that. But you could just ask a question.
And I think the Minister appreciates that. So I'm asking the budget, the medium-term budget as anticipated, that is needed to address these issues. And finally, could the Minister tell us what's the current occupancy of the correctional facilities versus the design capacity? You know, both the adult facilities as well as the juvenile facilities. And I think the DCS also operates Horizon, which although it's technically a detention facility, you know, it's operated by DCS. So if you could just give us the current occupancy of these facilities versus the design capacity.
Thank you very much. Minister, you have heard the question.
Thank you, President. I heard the run up on the, let's call it 1A, 1B, and Part 2 questions. So just to note, there is no divergence in the view that this is indeed an area that requires priority from society, from opposition, from government, from all of us to get it right. With such a high recidivism rate, it is incumbent on us to get it right. I also don't find much difficulty with the initial statements, especially as it relates to uncontrollable youth. The only point I'll make is that we must get it done. That amendment has to come now. We can't leave that discretion up to the courts, as I would have said in the statement. And then we have to address those who are to leave our facilities and to ensure that they're properly taken care of and that their case management going forward doesn't make them fall prey to sometimes gangs that they've interacted with in the facilities and make them become members in that space. To answer, I think that the first question was anticipated capital budget in the medium term to achieve what I would have outlined as the strategic framework. You're correct. A new facility for 2,500 to 3,000 people, depending on final design, will run between $12 and $13 billion. The other items, including a forensic ward, upgrade of facilities at places like Richmond Farm, like Tamarind Farm, like St. Catherine Adult Correctional, the infirmary, the areas for the bedridden, the suicide rooms, etc., will run you in the range of about another $5 billion. So you're in the 17 to 18 billion requirement to get this right. Now, when you consider that in the context of your total capital budget, you get the picture of how difficult this indeed will be, which is why we're working with DBJ and others to quickly, A, get the financing mechanism correct for how we're going to approach the new facility, while B, making sure that we get all of our projects shovel-ready and into a space where it has broad government approval in terms of your strategic way forward. One of the things we're also doing is, and it's not unique to DCS, unfortunately, many agencies, departments, and public bodies are not compliant with their filing requirements, which also doesn't lend itself to the Ministry of Finance being confident that you can execute projects in a particular way. We are feverishly working to bring ourselves up to compliance, as it's been out for many, many years. So we're getting ourselves into a space where proper planning is completed this year so that we can answer that question with a definitive space. But it won't be executed for less than $18 billion, Senator Bunting. As it relates to the mentally ill inmates, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it is in the 200, 250 range generally. And the only solution is indeed through partnership and work with the Ministry of Health, to build a forensic ward, which is part of the medium-term priorities, to ensure that those who need care, as opposed to being locked away in a particular manner, receive it. There is an issue as it relates to access to the sort of care that they would need, because you simply don't have enough psychiatrists and psychologists on the establishment that you need based on the number of inmates that you have. That is an issue that we believe we will be able to overcome in the coming budget. And we've also sought assistance from our international partners, and I expect us to get that and be able to announce that soon. So that issue in terms of providing not best practice level care, but certainly significantly improved care while they're in our facilities, while we get the issue right of the forensic ward, will be dealt with shortly. As it relates to capacity and muster, now this is an interesting one, and one that has I think was one of my first points of upset and frustration in DCS. You get a muster report that looks like it came out of the 1800s. That just tells you what they believe the capacity to be and how many persons are in the facility. No reference to square footage, no reference to other factors, because many things, to my mind, would determine the capacity of a facility. Access to bathrooms, access to recreational space, classroom and rehabilitation type space. None of that was considered previously. Now, the Mandela rules do give some guidance, and those are what we've set kind of as minimum standards. But we have now written to the Bureau of Standards as the appropriate space, because they do gazette standards as well, to help us to develop the standards that will eventually be gazetted in terms of for incarceration, to put it on the books in Jamaica. However, when you look at the muster and your specific questions about where is overcrowded and where isn't, you have one facility that is extremely overcrowded, and that is the Tower Street Adult Correctional Facility. By DCS's standards, it is 100% overcrowded. There is no other facility out of the 11 that is overcrowded currently. None. What you have is a situation. So, for instance, St. Catherine is designed for 800 persons. As I say, I mean, our final assessment may differ, because we're going through that process now to say you need so that will change, I imagine, over time. But as it stands now on their assessment, you wouldn't be overcrowded in St. Catherine in terms of total facility. What you've had an issue with is, both because we've allowed some blocks to decay, you've moved inmates into some blocks, so you may have an overcrowded block, which doesn't get referenced at the total number. So if you were to request, for instance, how many inmates is the place built to hold 800, how many do you have? 800. So you wouldn't be listed as overcrowded, but they're overcrowded sections. There are also some nuances and some cultural considerations that we have to consider. So, for instance, you can't put persons with inter-gang rivalries in particular areas. So for sometimes the safety both of inmates and for correctional officers, you have to put more persons than you would want in particular areas. But in terms of total facility, it really is Tower Street. When you look at your juvenile facilities, we are in either 50% is the highest in terms of capacity. So Metcalfe Street is around 40%. You only have 40 wards at Rio Coburn, a facility built for 120. We're renovating a new section. You have 20 or 21 wards at Hilltop, for instance, who in a facility built for 48. But we're actually intending on bringing the wards down from Hilltop to the renovated section at Rio Coburn to bring about the efficiencies and to consolidate better management and for other reasons. But even with that, you will still be significantly below capacity at Rio Coburn. Your issues at the facilities on South Camp, both adult and juvenile, as I have seen, is that you have the space, so you're under capacity, but it's just not built for purpose, it's not fit for purpose. So there are many issues, like when you have an issue and you need isolation spaces, you have to use places and retrofit them that were not intended for such a space, which creates its own challenges. And even just the layout, it just wasn't, to my mind, it just wasn't as well thought out. It's been built, as you find a need, you build and you throw on something. So even in the middle of space that I believe should have been a recreational area, have a fabulous classroom block that we're very thankful for, because it was brought and, given to us by the OAS, but it shouldn't have been physically there, So we're thankful for our international partners on that donation, but we ourselves didn't have the proper plan to say this is the issue. So the overcrowding one is not one answer that I give comfortably, because what's listed as not overcrowded, to my mind, when the analysis is complete and you get those standards in place, you may have a different view. But on the books as it stands now, it's really just Tower Street, which is at double its capacity.
Thank you.
If I could just, would the minister be just willing to share that muster sheet with me so I could have a look at it and we could talk? I don't want to run through every single facility, but I think, Mr. President, some other members have follow-on questions.
So just on that point, that's not an issue to share that particular document. There's nothing security sensitive, etc., but rather something that I think would be useful for policy discussion.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Senator Morris.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me commend the Minister on the committee that he has set up to examine the whole situation in the correctional service and the inclusion of members of the community of persons with disabilities on that special committee, because it's going to be very important to get the perspective of individuals who understand how to treat and relate with persons with disabilities in that discussion. So it's very important, and I want to signal and express my appreciation where that is concerned. But Minister, the leader of opposition business point to the situation of individuals with different types of disabilities in the penal system, and you in your response mentioned about the need to establish some form of facility to take care of individuals who have mental disabilities. And as I listened to the conversation, Minister, I realized that what is needed is a thorough audit to be done of the system to assess the extent of persons with disabilities in the system, because it's not just individuals with mental disabilities that are in the system, and you need to get a clear sense of the extent of the problem so that you can prescribe possible solutions to dealing with the situation, because not necessarily all persons with disabilities who are in the penal system ought to be placed in a psychiatric facility, because you might have individuals who are in the system that have intellectual disabilities that you won't need to put into a psychiatric facility. So you would have to do a thorough audit in order to determine the extent of the types of disabilities and then to prescribe the possible treatment. Because I suspect, Minister, that there's a significant population of persons with disabilities in the prison, and this is what takes me to the second point and question. Are you aware of any survey that has been conducted in the system to determine the extent of disability in the penal system? Because I think that is one of the reasons why we are having so much problems with inmates. And the final point that I want to make, Minister, because you mentioned that the report on the situation that led to the death of Mr. Chambers is ready. I don't recall you indicating when it will be tabled, or You said soon. But, you know, Minister, well, I would like, by next week? Okay. But one of the things that struck me, you see, Minister, and we have to make sure that we move on dealing with this situation quickly, because it seems as if when you look at the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, I think it's Article 14 thereabout, that looks at the whole situation of cruel and inhumane treatment of persons with disabilities in the justice system, that there seems to be a violation here. And we have to make sure that we try and correct this problem as soon as possible. But the fundamental issue that I want to find out is the extent, or if you are aware of any study that has been done in the penal system to determine the extent of persons with disabilities, and also the need for an audit to be done of the system to ascertain persons with disabilities that are there, so you can prescribe your treatment for these individuals.
Thank you, Senator Morris. Minister?
Thank you for those questions, Senator Morris. A full assessment and audit, if you will, of the issues facing our inmates is indeed needed. I'm not aware of, certainly not a recent assessment done of the disabilities and indeed ailments. What we are moving to do is to ensure that persons upon entry are properly assessed, and certainly those who will be with us for a longer time, we work through in terms of adding that in. One of the issues that I've found, which I believe will solve, several of the issues that you raised, Senator Morris, is the implementation of a proper jail management system, an IT-based system that will, be able to capture this data and give you the sort of macro and micro reports that allow you to plan policy and plan better. The COVID issues brought to bear, some concerns for me. So the first question I had, I wasn't in cabinet more than 2 weeks before we had our first case of COVID. And one of the first questions I asked was, well, we were seeing reports of what issues made people more at risk. So you asked, well, can I quickly get the information for how many people have high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, etc.? And that information couldn't be pulled immediately. Now, if you asked whether John Brown had these issues, you could find that out easily. But because of the paper-based system that corrections has been operating with, you don't have the sort of information in a way that can be distilled and pulled for policy decisions to be made. And this system, though being procured now, I'm not sure where I think they may have closed their space now. It's a part of the security strengthening project funded by the IDB mostly for technology projects right across DCS and indeed JCF. This system, I believe, will bring about, at least create the back end for this data to be captured and used properly. One of the other things that would have come out of the report, and I realized I didn't mention, was, and it will solve the same issue. Wards would have mentioned that some would have said they weren't aware of the rules or weren't aware of what the consequences for particular infractions would have been. So one of the things that we found at adult and juvenile facilities is that process of admission into the facilities needs to be strengthened, because there's no way that you should enter anywhere like that and you don't be given a sheet to sign. And even if you find somebody, for instance, who may have issues with reading, it be properly explained to them and noted that it was explained to them by this officer at that time, so that no one can say that they weren't made aware of the issue. We believe extending this to the medical assessment and putting that data in as a part of the admission process will allow us to move leaps and bounds very, very quickly. But your point is noted. It's a project in design, hasn't gone out because we're going to have to procure those services differently to do that assessment, Senator Morris. But it is a project in design, and we hope to get that done sometime early in the new financial year.
Of the West Indies to help you in any way where the whole situation of persons with disabilities in the prisons are concerned.
Thank you very much, and specifically for your last comment, Senator Morris. Senator Brown.
Thank you. Minister, I'm eager to get on to the business of the day, the Fiscal Commission bill, but just a few questions I'd like to ask. You mentioned that you read reports for the last 10 years. You might have been spared, Minister, if you had just read the opening in the Wolf report, which is another probably 40 years ago, where it said, it quoted a 1954 report which said, had we fulfilled what the other report said in 1954, we would not have needed the 54 report. And Wolf was quoting that in the 90s or something like that. So it showed that nothing really has been done in a serious way for the prisons, and I think you would agree with me that that is what needs to be corrected. Second issue I want to raise with you is you said on page 2, successive administrations have committed to correcting this wrong, that is treating children as uncontrollable. And then you made a grand announcement. This administration will act. Could you tell us when? Because every other administration, all successive administrations have said the same thing. We will act. What the people want to know is when. Some deadline as Senator Webby would say, if you don't measure it, it's not going to work. So could you tell us the when?
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just lead all of them to my friend. I'm not going, yeah. In terms of uncontrollable, what role as the child diversion bill that we passed and we sing I praise that, what role has it played in addressing these issues? Your report spoke on page 2, ghastly conditions. At page 10, it speaks to infrastructure, or rundown they are. At page 10, it says the following. The continued engagement of DBJ to develop the financial modality for funding of a new adult correctional center. I thought in 2015, such a modality was developed and politics intervened. So the offer to assist by the British government was rejected by your government. As part of that modality that DBJ is developing, is there any intention to speak with the British to see if they will remain, if they are remaining willing to contribute the billions that they had offered? And I say this because we regularly are receiving deportees from them, but we don't have the benefit of a new adult prison, which would ease some of these issues. And speaking to the new prison, there have been an announcement by your senior minister that there's a prison being built to be built in Trelawney, and groundbreaking has taken place over and over. Can we get an update on the state of that new prison that was announced and re-announced for Trelawney? And finally, while you didn't speak directly to it, Minister, there are officers who have died in the line of duty. Are there limitations to the benefit that one officer would get versus the other. So an officer who is really new, 3-4 months on the job, stabbed to death by an inmate, would that officer get less than an officer with 5 years of service in the institution? And I think you know the case I'm talking about, because there have been some concern as to whether or not that officer will get the benefit. I'll stop there, Minister, so that you may address those issues.
Senator Brown, you know, the only question that I have a difficulty is the last one, because I know that no doubt you are well aware of the, no doubt you are well aware of the discussions taking place around that in your other capacity. So I don't think you really want him to comment.
No, it is because I don't know why I'm asking it. And the public have a right to know.
Well, I wouldn't advise the Minister to answer that question. Go ahead for the rest of them.
So, I think it's 5 questions, correct? So, the amendment to the Child Protection Act, that clause, which is, I believe, I said it earlier, section 24, subsection 2A, is particularly offensive. An assessment is being done because the bill is to be overhauled. I mean, it's significant amendments that the government intends to bring. So an assessment is being done, if depending on how long the full overhaul will take, if we need to take that, if we need to just do that one amendment and remove that clause and remove that space. If we are far enough down the wicket with all of the consultations that go into the process of passing law, then we will bring the full bill. The intention is to have this issue addressed this calendar year. So that's one. The child diversion bill that we ourselves would have debated and passed, I think it has to be taken into context that the child diversion bill is supposed to help us reduce youngsters entering our facilities. I believe it is working. If I thought we'd go down that road, I'd have walked with some additional data, which I'm prepared to. I'll prepare to update at a different stage, because there's some data that I think would be useful for both sides in discussing that issue. I believe it's working, but I won't say that anecdotally and ask you to take that. I'll say let us address that, and I will put together something, whether it comes from myself or Minister Morgan in the other place. We'll ensure that an update is provided with the adequate data. But it is, to my mind, working, but not prepared to answer that one today. As it relates to the question of DBJ modality and foreign contribution to the facilities, I think it is well known that we don't believe that offer is an appropriate offer because of the conditions that come with it. That's a policy decision we have made. You have indicated that you believe it is a flawed position that we have taken. At the end of the day, it is for the public to decide whether or not that is an appropriate gift, considering all the conditions that would have come and all the cultural sensitivities. I don't believe it to be. I believe we should finance this ourselves through whichever modality we accept, and that is the position of the government. The most recent discussions around new facilities, Senator Brown, have been around Supermax facility and addressing the issues primarily around the mentally challenged and those who are bedridden. Those projects are the ones, admittedly, that we're closer to executing, starting from the last one mentioned and working your way up. That is where, coming from the Noel Chambers report from Indicom and the Chief Justice's subsequent report and the Public Defender's subsequent report, that was how we'd prioritize the issue. Let's ensure first those who are bedridden and not receiving proper care would, while you get the issues sorted out around the mentally ill. As it relates to question 5, I will take advice and not answer. I will just once again acknowledge and extend my condolences to the family of Jamel Westney. What I will say is that him and his family deserve all the benefits on the books, and I'll leave it at that. All the benefits and more, having given his life for all of our safety.
Thank you, Minister.
I thank you for not taking the President's advice about that case, and you were at the funeral. Right?
He took my advice, you know. He did take it because you were asking him to get into the negotiations.
No, I wasn't asking for the negotiations.
And I advised him not to get into it. So
he has said the benefit will be the same, and that's what I was.
He never said that. He said he's entitled to it. He did not say he will get X. He said
they're not
he
going to give him the
is
same as the
entitled.
others? That's a shame.
He never said so.
You're saying that they're not going to get the same?
He did not say that.
Yeah. I just want to be clear now, because there have been concerns about whether or not the benefit that will be paid to others in the government is the same to be paid.
Same thing, the same reason why I said don't go down that road, you know.
And that's why I'm thanking him for not taking the advice. Mr. President, in respect to the Trelawney prison, I'm looking at an announcement from the Minister of National Security in June 2018. That's 2.5 years ago, almost 3 years, that a new prison would be built. I wasn't clear from your answer whether or not that 2018 and re-announced in 2019 new prison in Trelawney is still on the card. Is it still on the card?
Is that still on the cards, Minister?
A new adult correctional facility is on the cards, along with 8 other infrastructural developments that I listed in my statement. Now, what I will not be drawn into doing, whether it has to be done through discussions at the Security Council that I know the opposition representative will be invited to, as we had started in the last term of government, or whether it has to be discussed through the consensus mechanism. At this stage, I'm not prepared to go into where and start dates for any of these facilities for a number of security reasons.
Thank you.
Chairman, I don't understand this. The minister made a public announcement about Trelawney. And all I'm trying to do, because it's important to build trust, you know, that when you make an announcement, we can follow and see if that's just fluff, that's just PR, or there's substance behind it. So you're saying to me, and I will accept it, that for security reasons, we are disannouncing what the Minister of National Security
Don't
said
answer
in
that.
2018. I'm fine with no answer. You know.
Announcements.
You know as advocate that no answer is more powerful than the answer.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate today are the following. Ministry paper numbers 4 to 9, entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues, dated November 2, 9, 16, 23, and 30, and December 7, all of 2020, respectively. Ministry paper number 10 of 2021, an annual report on audited financial statements of the General Legal Counsel for the year 2019-2020. Ministry paper number 11 of 2021, an audited report on audited financial statements of the Administrator General's Department for the year 2018-2019. Ministry paper number 12 of 2021, an annual report on certified appropriation accounts of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for the year 2015-2016. Ministry paper number 13 of 2021, entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Augustown Community Zone Social Intervention 2021. Ministry paper number 14 of 2021, entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Greenwich Town Zone Social Intervention 2021. Ministry paper number 15 of 2021, entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone Social Intervention 2021. Ministry Paper number 16 of 2021 entitled The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Zone Special Intervention 2021. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Greenwich Town Zone Extension of Period of Operation Order 2021 and its resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Augustown Zone Extension of Period of Operation Order 2021 and its resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone Extension of Period of Operation Order 2021 and its resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone Extension of Period of Operation Order 2021 and its resolution. Annual Report of the Water Resource Authority of Jamaica for the year 2018-2019. Annual Report on Audited Financial Statements of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica for the year 2019-2020. The Independent Commission of Investigations Third Quarterly Report for the period July to September 2020, entitled Special Investigation, Rio Cobre Juvenile Correctional Center. The Independent Commission of Investigation Fourth Quarterly Report for the period July to September 2020, entitled 2020, the Year in Review. Amendment to the Jamaica Public Bodies Estimate of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending March 2021, and the Protected Disclosures Amendment of First Schedule Order 2021 and its resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. Bills brought from the Honourable House of Representatives.
The following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives to the Honourable Senate. I have the honour to advise the Honourable Senate that on the 26th day of January 2021, the House of Representatives agreed to the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to License and Regulate Microcredit Institutions that Provide Financing to Individuals and Micro, Small, and Medium-Sized Enterprises and for Connected Matters. I also have the honor to advise the Honourable Senate that on the 2nd day of February 2021, a bill entitled An Act to Establish the Independent Fiscal Commission to Promote Sound Fiscal Policy and Fiscal Management in an effort to sustain fiscal discipline was passed in the House of Representatives. Signed, Marissa Dalrymple-Philibert, MP, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Mr. President, I signify my willingness to take charge of the latter bill.
Thank you.
A bill shortly entitled the Independent Fiscal Commission Act 2021, read the first time.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Thank you very much, Senator Minister Hill. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally. Minister.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motions. 1, the Protected Disclosures Act. the Protected Disclosures Amendment of First Schedule Resolution 2021. Whereas the Protected Disclosures Act, herein referred to as the Act, regulates the reporting and investigation of specified disclosures of improper conduct made by employees, and whereas the Integrity Commission, by virtue of the Integrity Commission Act 2017, subsumed the functions of the Commission for the Prevention of Corruption, the Contractor General, and the Parliamentary Integrity Commission under the Act, and whereas the Tax Administration of Jamaica subsumed the functions of the Inland Revenue Department under the Act, and whereas in light of the above-mentioned changes, it is required that the prescribed persons to whom disclosures are directed under the first schedule of the Act be amended, and whereas by virtue of subparagraph 2b of Section 9 of the Act, the Minister may, by order subject to affirmative resolution, amend the first schedule by prescribing or modifying the categories of prescribed persons to whom disclosures are directed. And whereas in accordance with the said subparagraph 2b of Section 9 of the Act, the Minister made the Protected Disclosure Amendment of First Schedule Order 2021 on the 25th day of January 2021, and whereas it is desirable that the Protected Disclosure Amendment of First Schedule Order 2021 be affirmed, now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable Senate as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as a Protected Disclosures Amendment of First Schedule Resolution 2021, and 2. The Protected Disclosure Amendment of First Schedule Order 2021 is affirmed. Following motion is, be it resolved that this Honourable Senate appoint a select committee comprising the following members. Senator
Sir Minister, it is your intention later to move for the suspension of standing orders to take the first motion, correct?
Read the second motion, and then I will refer. Thank you.
Okay.
Be it resolved that this Honourable Senate appoint a select committee comprising the following members. Senator Gavan Gale, before us.
Questions and answers to questions? Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister.
Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill, shortly entitled the Independent Fiscal Commission Act 2020, and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Members would have heard the question. Those in favour? Against?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today I am piloting the Act to establish an independent fiscal commission to strengthen Jamaica's fiscal responsibility framework, to promote sound fiscal policy and fiscal management in an effort to sustain fiscal discipline and macroeconomic stability. The bill is entitled the Independent Fiscal Commission Act 2020. This relates a great deal to Jamaica's and Jamaican economic independence. Mr. President, the policy focus of the Andrew Holness administration and the Ministry of Finance and Public Service has been organized around the principles of economic independence, economic opportunity for all, and protection of the vulnerable. Mr. President, if Jamaica's independence means anything, it must mean Jamaican economic independence. This economic independence must be driven by the Jamaicanization of the policy-making and consensus-building processes and must require us to pursue policies that result in Jamaica having greater flexibility and increased ability to address priority areas as determined by Jamaicans. This means, Mr. President, that Jamaica and Jamaicans must take on the concept of economic independence so responsibly that we will never compromise that very independence which we seek to bolster. The policy-making and consensus-building processes that contributed to Jamaica's fiscal rehabilitation across successive administrations were built on principles that must continue to be the center of the pursuit of Jamaica's economic independence. The principles are, Mr. President, the continuing enhancement of accountability of the policy-making process, a continuous deepening of the transparency of government finances, the strengthened clarity and credibility of Jamaica's fiscal path, inclusiveness in the policy discussion space, and, importantly, taking greater Jamaican societal ownership for Jamaica's economic direction. Today, Mr. President, the bill establishes an independent institution that embodies these principles. This is crucial to the achievement and maintenance of Jamaica's economic independence. The bill is a part of a composite trioca of bills. Mr. President, this is one of the 3 bills which were introduced in November 2020 and are to be taken together. The first was the amendment to the National Housing Trust Act 2020 that extends the contribution of the NHT to the consolidated fund over the next 5 fiscal years, and you will remember that discussion. Clearly, Senator Brown remembers. The second was the Financial Administration and Audit Amendment No. 2 Act 2020, which amends the automatic correction mechanism to be consistent with achieving our debt sustainability objectives while allowing for a fiscal path that, Mr. President, is more accommodative and amenable to economic recovery. Mr. President, the given impact of the pandemic, given that impact and the pervasive difficulties caused by the pandemic, we looked ahead over the medium term to construct a fiscal path that is both consistent with economic recovery and creating new jobs for Jamaicans, while maintaining debt sustainability. In doing so, Mr. President, we had to provide for support to the consolidated fund over the medium term, and we had to adjust the correction mechanism in the fiscal rules given the size of the economic impact of the pandemic. I heard this morning on the BBC that Britain's GDP fell by 10% last year. Ours is in the same vicinity, and it has never in British recorded economic history, which is many centuries, has never fallen that badly in that period of time. Ours are also at historic conditions in terms of the level of fall that we've had in our GDP. With those tough adjustments in mind, we think it is important to make an irreversible commitment to deepening of the fiscal transparency with the creation of this independent institution. And just to emphasize how desperate we have become due to COVID-19, I must stress again here, Mr. President, and I had somebody tell me this morning that they were at halfway tree and they saw a whole bunch of taxis crowding around the area, and people are not wearing not even wearing their masks coming out of these taxis. Taxis that should probably have 10 people, they're not wearing masks. So right now, Mr. President, to you and to this country, I am asking, beseeching, that we wear our masks, that we sanitize, and that we practice not social distancing. I'm not using that term. That we practice physical distancing as we wear our masks and sanitize on a regular basis. The country, you saw the numbers this morning. I just checked it on my phone. We had, after a long time, 5 deaths in the last 24 hours and well over 200 more new cases. This is no longer, it was never a joke. It is not a joke. My Jamaican citizens and resident colleagues, wear our masks, sanitize, and for heaven's sake, practice physical distancing. Mr. President, I say that as we look towards this independent fiscal commission, Mr. President, it is the result of our own Jamaican experiences, which we collectively have learned over the past several years. Remember very well from the 2008 debacle of the subprime financial meltdown. Then we came in later on with our own particular issues with the IMF over that period of time. And all those experiences have taught us that we need to have this kind of fiscal, this kind of independent fiscal commission that Jamaica must have and run for itself. The lesson of the painful generational cost of unsustainable perennial borrowing, mainly to spend on consumers' desires and not to invest, is a hard lesson and bad experience indeed. And as a country, we, Mr. President, pursued financing that was unsustainable, and it affected negatively generations of Jamaicans, as we have learned by hard, painful, and sad experiences. The Fiscal Commission Act, which I'm piloting today, is to help to counter the instability, high unemployment, and high inflation that resulted from fiscally indisciplined policy choices. We have learned how really high national debt forces the government to use a very large portion of tax revenues simply to repay the principal and interest on these mountains of debt. That's not sustainable. The super large national debt reduces the government's ability to invest in social and physical infrastructure, Senator Brown, that improves the quality of life. The high national debt and resultant insatiable borrowing appetite of the government also, crucially, crowds out the private sector. Senator Webby, you know that very well. You can't get the money to borrow because government is borrowing it at high interest rates, and it crowds out the private sector from the capital markets. Hindered our companies' abilities to invest and grow, which in turn stifled national economic growth. That's a reality. We have seen how economic dynamism that results from crowding in the private sector, as opposed to crowding it out, has helped our economy in the middle of a pandemic, the worst in 100 years. The construction sector has grown by about 7% in the September 2020 quarter, with commercial, retail, and office real estate development projects on a scale and pace we have not witnessed in Jamaica for about 2 generations. We have seen how macroeconomic stability expands policy choice and provides the flexibility to absorb and respond to shocks, whether those are hurricanes, whether those are fiscal, or whether those are economic shocks from overseas, thus allowing for the prospects of quicker recoveries than otherwise would have been the case. When the public is informed, Mr. President, when the public is informed with independent and credible analyses. Remember EPOC? People believe that public wouldn't be so involved and interested. They waited for EPOC to announce on a regular basis. And government uses, you will hear more, listen more, you will hear more. And government uses mechanisms that are accountable and transparent. Fiscal sustainability becomes a part of the national conversation and language and finds itself as part of the broad national objective. That's our aim. There are many more valuable lessons we have learned along the way from our recent lived experience. There is much more to be done, that is true, but we should always remember that those lessons that we have learned and the sacrifices we have made as a Jamaican people are real ones and must not be forgotten. We have been able to transform our economic prospects, and now we have to carve out a post-COVID economic recovery success story. Mr. President, one of the best ways to honor that Jamaican sacrifice is to deepen the institutional framework in a manner that is true to our experiences. Mr. President, laws alone do not assure fiscal responsibility in the future. We know that. We need institutions too. The goal, therefore, Mr. President, is to have a domestic institution fit for Jamaica's purpose. Not somebody else's purpose, but for our purposes. One that combines the capacity for independent fiscal review and analysis that was provided by the IMF, along with domestic monitoring and ownership of reporting that was embodied by EPOC, both of which contributed to Jamaica's internationally recognized fiscal transformation. So the Independent Fiscal Commission will broadly do what both the IMF and EPOC did between the period of 2012 to about 2019. Consistent with international best practices, Mr. President, the Independent Fiscal Commission's mandate will be to provide the public with an informed and independent opinion on the soundness and sustainability of Jamaica's fiscal policies and positions in keeping with Jamaica's fiscal responsibility framework. This institution was proposed by the government of Jamaica and has been embraced by several other Jamaican stakeholders. I know the leader of the opposition would have expressed his support of this initiative by calling for, in his words, Mr. President, EPOC to be institutionalized. The process to get here today involved broad stakeholder consultation, which included public fora hosted by Capri, consultations hosted by the Ministry of Finance, as well as consultations facilitated by a firm led by the former head of Canada's independent fiscal institution, who also provided advice and assistance with the policy development. We take assistance from all good places, and I'm sure you would agree Canada is a good place. The legislation, Mr. President, benefited from technical advice and support from a number of sources, Mr. President, and we recognize and thank them all. Yes, we thank them all. The Canadian consultants were funded by the IDB project. We thank the IDB, which in turn benefited from the European donors' funds. We thank the European donors' funds. The Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF, we thank them too, reviewed early drafts of the government's policy proposal and made several important contributions. And finally, Mr. President, Impact for Justice, which is another Canadian initiative that assists CARICOM member states in the implementation of their legislative agendas, provided sound advice on the draft legislation. In addition, Mr. President, we must express gratitude to the teams at the Ministry of Finance, the Attorney General's Chambers, the Office of the Parliamentary Counsel, the members of the Legislative Committee, and the staff and officers of our own Parliament who worked to ensure we could have tabled this bill last November. Jamaica's Independent Fiscal Commission is an institution of necessity in pursuit of Jamaica's economic independence. Mr. President, under Jamaica's Fiscal Responsibility Framework, which is primarily set out in the Financial Administration and Audit Act, the Auditor General currently carries out some fiscal oversight functions which are to be transferred to the Fiscal Commission, which is also to be greatly expanded. The Independent Fiscal Commission will be an institution that is exclusively dedicated to being the guardian, interpreter, and arbiter of Jamaica's fiscal rules. That is the only thing it will do. That's its job. It will monitor compliance with Jamaica's fiscal rules. It will keep the public informed on economic matters according to a scheduled calendar. It will provide independent analysis on fiscal policy developments. Jamaica's Independent Fiscal Commission will embody the principles of credibility, accountability, transparency, inclusiveness, ownership, and permanence, which will help Jamaica maintain a path of prudence while enhancing our Jamaican economic independence. Mr. President, I will now do a clause-by-clause presentation of the bill. Clause 1 states that the short title and commencement and addresses preliminary issues such as the name of the bill and provides for the possibility that different provisions of the bill may come into operation on different appointed days. Senator Brown, I'll take a break if you don't mind. Totally clean spirit. You sure? Clause 2, Mr. President, is one of interpretation. The clause gives critical definition, including the definition of the advisory committee, which will form part of the structure of the Fiscal Commission. The Fiscal Commission, Fiscal Commissioner, relevant information, and the specified public sector, relevant information, and specified public sector, as defined as follows. Relevant information means any information relating to the revenue and expenditure of the Government of Jamaica or regarding any operation which is specified public sector that is required by the Fiscal Commissioner for the proper execution of his functions under this Act, but does not include personal data within the meaning of the Data Protection Act. Specified public sector means the public sector not including any public body certified by the Auditor General prescribed under the Financial Administration and Audit Act as primarily carrying out functions that are of a commercial nature that satisfied such criteria as may be prescribed.
Mr. President, the time being 1:20, might the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
The question is, at the time being 1:20, the Senate be allowed to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Part 2 deals with the establishment and functions of the Fiscal Commission, appointment of the Fiscal Commissioner and officers. Clause 3 sets out the establishment and functions provisions and establishes a Commission of Parliament to be known as the Independent Fiscal Commission. The Commission, like other such bodies established in as many as 37 countries around the world, including the United Kingdom, Grenada, and the Bahamas, will provide the public, and I emphasize, you notice, Mr. President, constantly the public. It is to provide the public with an informed and independent opinion on the soundness and sustainability of Jamaica's fiscal position and policies in keeping with the fiscal responsibility framework set out in Part 7 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act. This clause, of course, Mr. President, is a clear echo of the work EPOC has done in the past. The Independent Fiscal Commission will monitor the government's adherence to the fiscal responsibility framework, report on ex post fiscal outcomes during and at the end of the fiscal year relative to the commitments and targets set by the government. It will assess the impact of shocks that could trigger the suspension of the fiscal rules and validating the impact of those shocks. The Independent Fiscal Commission will assess the circumstances where the correction mechanism in the fiscal responsibility framework have been triggered, whether the measures laid out therein achieve the required adjustment, and if not, provide the estimate on the magnitude of additional measures that may be required. The IFC will assess the consistency of the fiscal balanced path, and the Independent Fiscal Commission will conduct independent forecasts and analyses of the macroeconomic and fiscal position of Jamaica and do all such things that are necessary and expedient for giving effect to the purposes and provisions of the Act. The Fiscal Commission will be appointed by the Governor-General by instrument under the broad seal, after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, and shall be a person of high integrity who possesses knowledge, expertise, and experience in the area of public finance, macroeconomic forecasting, and policy management. Senator Bunting. Well, since we're pointing out the Andrew Holness as he will maybe in 30 years get a chance to do so. So please, I understand the impatience. The Andrew Holness administration continues to establish and strengthen the institutions which assess and judge government performance and compliance with the best practices in public integrity and transparency. The appointment mechanism of the Fiscal Commissioner is meant to uphold the legal and operational independence of this Commission of Parliament. Given its critical role in assessing the government's fiscal performance against its targets and policies, the independence of the Fiscal Commission must be guaranteed, and we want not just senators on the other side, but the entire Jamaican population to understand what is in this bill, Mr. President. So that's a guarantee that they will have their independence. It must be established to carry out its functions and conduct its operations free from interference from governments and fiscal authorities. This bill provides for this independence throughout its provisions. The Fiscal Commissioner is to be appointed for a period of 7 years, and shall not be eligible for reappointment thereafter. The 7 years, very importantly, extends over the period of 2 political administrations. If the issue of removal of the Fiscal Commissioner arises before the end of his tenure, the Governor-General, after consulting with the Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition, shall appoint a tribunal to inquire into the matter and report its findings to the Governor-General. Clause 5, Mr. President, provides for the factors that disqualify persons from appointment as a Fiscal Commissioner. They include being under the age of 18, being a member or a former member of the Senate or the House of Representatives at some time during the period of 5 years immediately preceding the period for which the person seeks appointment as Fiscal Commissioner. Similarly, Mr. President, being a member or a former member of a council of a municipal corporation, city or town municipality within 5 years of seeking appointment, and someone who declared bankruptcy or someone who has been convicted of a crime involving dishonesty or moral turpitude, those people cannot be appointed. This clause, number 6, Mr. President, this clause addresses the filling of a vacancy in the office of the Fiscal Commissioner and notes that the Governor-General, after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, may designate someone to act in that office during such vacancy until an appointment is made. The funds for the Commission is addressed in Clause 7, Mr. President. This clause addresses the usual provisions to do with the funds and accounts of the Fiscal Commission, that they will be audited by the Auditor General annually, and the estimates of expenditure are to be submitted to the Minister for approval. Clause 8, in keeping with the usual provisions of other commissions of Parliament, the terms and conditions of service of this Fiscal Commissioner are determined by a bipartisan Commission of Parliament of both Houses. Again, this bill seeks to insulate the Fiscal Commissioner from political interference. Clause 9, Mr. President, this clause provides in summary that once a Fiscal Commissioner retires in pensionable circumstances, he will be paid pension and gratuities in accordance with the first schedule of this bill. Clause 10 deals with the appointment of officers. It is the Fiscal Commissioner that will appoint and employ the officers of the Fiscal Commission. The terms and conditions of service are determined by the bipartisan Commission of Parliament, earlier referred to, that is comprised of members of both Houses. Clause 11 deals with the protection of Fiscal Commissioner and his officers or her officers. This clause states that the Fiscal Commissioner and every person appointed to the staff of the Fiscal Commission shall not be held personally liable for any act or default of the Fiscal Commission done in good faith in the course of the operations of the Commission. Clause 12 deals with the oath or secrecy and confidentiality regarding information. This clause sets out provisions on the oath of secrecy and confidentiality with respect to any information or matter relating to the work of the Fiscal Commission. Both the Fiscal Commissioner and the staff of the Fiscal Commission must swear to such an oath. Information to do with revenue and expenditure of the government of a highly sensitive nature will be shared with this office, and so it is critical that the Fiscal Commission maintains a high level of secrecy and confidentiality. There is a penalty attached to this provision if these provisions are breached, of a fine of $1 million and a term of imprisonment of up to a year. A fine of $1 million and a term imprisonment of the year. Clause 13, independence of Fiscal Commissioner and delegations of functions.
I tried to point the Minister to the clause which says a fine not exceeded $1 million.
Senator Brown, Senator Brown, that's not a point of order. That's not a point of order.
Well, that's a point of
It is not a point of order.
It's a point of clarification.
Senator Brown.
Yeah.
Just if that is where you're going, just have a seat. And
no, I just want to make sure we're not misleading the public.
It is not a point of order, and I'm asking you to have a seat.
You are prepared to have the public misled on this?
You can make it if you are going to present, Senator Brown.
When the time comes, I'm sure you will address that issue, Senator Brown, and we will have it clause by clause to go through. Clause 13, the independence of Fiscal Commissioner and delegation of functions. Mr. President, the Fiscal Commissioner shall not be subject to the direction and control of any persons or authority in the carrying out of the functions of the Fiscal Commission. A Fiscal Commission is to provide non-partisan oversight of the fiscal performance and analysis of key aspects of fiscal policy, and thus cannot and should not be under the direction and control of anyone in carrying out that function. This provision ensures the independence of the office is not encroached upon by anyone. In addition, Mr. President, the provision sets out that the Fiscal Commissioner shall carry out the functions in an objective, transparent, and impartial manner. Mr. President, the unimpeded independence of the Fiscal Commissioner is and must be balanced by his or her public obligation to be objective, transparent, and carry out their national duties in an impartial manner. Clause 14, access to information. The Fiscal Commissioner may, at any time, require any officer or member of the specified public sector, subject to their enabling laws, to provide him with such relevant information as she or he may deem necessary to carry out the function of that office. To that end, the Fiscal Commissioner may enter into any arrangements with any member of the specified public sector regarding the provision of relevant information. The specified public sector as defined in this bill has its origin in the Fiscal Administration and Audit Act and means the public sector not including any public body certified by the Auditor General in the prescribed manner as primarily carrying out functions that are of a commercial nature that satisfy such criteria as may be prescribed. Historically, Mr. President, the central government and certain public bodies have been identified as posing a fiscal risk as it relates to spending and borrowing and public fiscal management in general. It is for risks such as these that the Fiscal Responsibility Framework was enacted. Hence, the bill seeks to focus the attention on the Fiscal Commission on the specified public sector. Clause 15, Mr. President, relates to the preparation of economic and fiscal assessment report and the report on the statement on fiscal performance. These reports are prepared on at least 2 occasions in each fiscal year by the Fiscal Commission. The Economy and Fiscal Assessment Report provides an assessment on the macroeconomic and fiscal forecasts as an evaluation as to whether government's announced policies are consistent with the fiscal rules, first of all, and then principles and targets amongst other important assessments. It is to be published 10 days of the laying of the fiscal policy paper and the interim fiscal policy paper before both Houses of Parliament in accordance with Sections 48B(2) and 48E(3)(a) of the Fiscal Administration and Audit Act. The report of the Statement of the Fiscal Performance will provide an assessment of the government's achievement of the budget targets and the fiscal targets pursuant to Part 7 of the FAA Act. It shall be published within 21 days of receipt of the quarter-end fiscal data for June 30th and within 42 days of receipt of the quarter-end fiscal data for December 31st of each year. The bill provides that the Fiscal Commission shall publish on its official website not only these two reports after tabling in Parliament, but may publish any reports it prepares in relation to its functions. Clause 16, Mr. President, this clause provides that the Fiscal Commission shall submit reports to Parliament in relation to the execution of its functions. Part 3 deals with the Fiscal Advisory Committee. And Clause 17, the establishment and functions of the Fiscal Advisory Committee. The Fiscal Advisory Committee shall advise the Fiscal Commissioner on key macroeconomic and fiscal developments and outlook. This advice is intended to assist the Fiscal Commissioner in the assessment of Jamaica's fiscal positions and policies in accordance with the functions of the Fiscal Commission. The Advisory Committee shall comprise of 5 members from academia, the private sector, trade unions, Senators Brown and Gale, and civil society, and shall be appointed by the Governor-General on the advice of the Minister after consultation with the person designated by the Leader of the Opposition to be the spokesperson on finance. Part 4 deals with miscellaneous provisions. Clause 18, for instance, Fiscal Commission may make regulations. Clause 19, consequential amendment to the Financial Administration and Audit Act, 3rd Schedule. The first schedule, pension and other benefits of Fiscal Commissioner. The first schedule addresses the pension entitlement of the Fiscal Commissioner if he demits office under pensionable circumstances. The second schedule, Mr. President, contains the oath to be taken by the Fiscal Commissioner and his or her staff. The third schedule sets out the amendments to be made to the FAA Act. The bill contains a memorandum of objects and reasons which provides further context for the establishment of the Independent Fiscal Commission. It notes that the conclusion of Jamaica's economic program with the IMF in November 2019 created the need to strengthen the fiscal responsibility framework to broaden the scope and oversight and frequency of reporting with the establishment of a dedicated independent fiscal commissioner to be the interpreter, guardian, and arbiter of Jamaica's fiscal rules. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Minister Hill. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by pointing to the correction I attempted to make of the minister. Minister, you started very high, bubbling. By the time you're batting like some former West Indies number 11 batsman. President, just for the record, because sometimes answered is consulted and the views of the person, the minister piloting the bill, is taken into account. The bill that we received at clause 12, subsection 3 on page 10 says, if somebody commits an offense, they shall be liable on summary conviction in a parish court to a fine not exceeding $1 million. The minister doubled down and said the fine was $1 million. And it's important that we get it right so that the judges and the public that you want to speak to understand that it's not a $1 million fine. It's a fine not exceeding $1 million. And in lieu of imprisonment not exceeding 1 year, unless you have a different bill. But that's not what you read.
But Senator Brown, when the judges look at the Act once, or the law once it is passed, this is what they're going to be looking at.
That's the point I'm making.
All right? So that is what would be applied.
That's the point I'm making. So when the minister gets up and says something otherwise, he needs to be corrected, whether you take it as a point of order, a point of clarification, or simply from my own presentation. That's the point I'm making. Thank you. Mr. President, the Independent Fiscal Commission brings into being another commission of parliament. And I believe among the existing commissions are the ECJ, the Public Defender, the Integrity Commission, the Political Ombudsman, the Children Advocate, and Indicom. That's about 6 others. But each of them carries their own legislation. And it appeared to me that the terms of reference for these commissions are disparate. And there is a need for an overarching legislation concerning commissions of parliament. So we don't have the political ombudsman complaining about the rate of pay relative to the Integrity Commission, relative to this high-qualified fiscal commissioner. Because to appear to me, it runs contrary to where the government wants to go in its compensation review. Doesn't want these commissioners to be getting different levels of pay. You have a chance to reply. You can tell me why. Yeah. But since I met recently with the Minister of Finance, and he spoke about the need for harmonization, equalization, I'd like to put that comment in the context of that. So we need a parliamentary commissions bill that addresses the harmonization while maintaining the separate function. But too often we have so many different legislation governing the same thing. So you need to go look for the Integrity Commission Act, Political Ombudsman Act, Public Defender Act, and we could craft something that covers political commissions of parliament. So who received the reports from these commissions? Who discussed the thing? So I'm proposing, first up, that we need to get to that stage. Senator Hill, let me continue with an agreement. This side, the opposition, here and in the other place, support the call for adherence to the COVID protocols. We too agree with wearing masks, and we urge that to the population. We too agree with the need for sanitization, and we urge that to the public. We too agree with the protocol social distancing, and we urge that to the public. I note, President, that in Ghana, they have taken measures to curtail their parliamentary activities. And next week, we will be opening Parliament with the 63 from the other place and the 21 from here. And I hope that there's no intention to do it in here, but to find another location, just as we did in September, that takes this into account, and that we as parliamentarians send the example to the citizen that 10 gathering of 10 must be adhered to, and that we parliamentarians, by the way we gather, since we are exempt, must send that example too. So there's no disagreement.
Senator Brown, you saw the pictures from St. Elizabeth?
I'm not hearing the President.
You didn't go to St. Elizabeth, Senator Brown.
I'm not hearing the President. I'm not hearing. Senator Hill, another thing I'm agreeing with you on is that finally we reach 150 to the dollar. You had long proposed it. I hope the Fiscal Council will reverse it. I hope the Fiscal Council will reverse it. But your proposal long ago of 150, we have arrived there, and I am with you. No, Senator Hill,
Point of order, Mr. President. The assertion that Senator Brown made that I proposed that the Jamaican dollar should go to 150 is totally incorrect. The report I made, I was a columnist for the Gleaner then, and I did an analysis that pointed out what would happen and how the Jamaican dollar could go to 150. So please, he should not mislead.
Thank you very much, Senator.
You should not be misleading the Senate.
Senator Brown, continue, please.
Having gotten the confession about the Gleaner column, I can continue. It's all right. President, Senator Hill, while he was on the aye, spoke about the Jamaicanization of this system, of the Fiscal Council and so forth. Jamaicanization was EPOC. EPOC done in 2013 under the leadership at the Ministry of Finance of Dr. Peter Phillips. That was Jamaicanization. Mr. President, I was present that Sunday at the Ministry of Finance. I believe my colleague, Senator Gill, was present when a number of private sector organizations, trade unions, civic society, committed in the best interest of the country to establish that unique Jamaica Oversight Committee. So Jamaican it is, and so proud we should be of EPOC, is that the managing director of the ILO, Mrs. Christine Lagarde, came to IMF, came to Jamaica and gave copious praise to the concept of EPOC. She reminded us at the Pegasus, where we were for lunch, Senator Webby, that we should try to export this model. It worked. It saved our country. It brought stability, and it brought acceptance of the harsh economic program that we needed to put in place to carry the country forward. But you know, some praise it then, but I will never forget. The opposition, led by Audley Shaw, took every opportunity they got to attack EPOC and to attack the person chairing EPOC. And the lesson from that for me is we must stop playing politics with national good. We played politics with crime and tell the people that crime could be solved easily. Just change the government. We leave your windows and doors, hoping you would be able to. And that is why the leader of opposition business today said, we are not going to join and play in politics. We could play politics. I'm not going to join and bash the decline in the economy and the increase in poverty rate subsequent or consequence, if you wish, and on COVID. But let this be a lesson for us, that we must stop playing politics and trying to fool the people of the country. Time longer than rope, and it is showing that you can't manage crime, you can't manage COVID, and the reality is, if you humble yourself and speak the truth, we will make greater progress together as a country. Mr. Chairman, let me say something about the Jamaicanization of which Senator Hill spoke. So I'm coming back to EPOC. At clause 4, it doesn't say the commissioner must be a Jamaican. I suspect the commissioner can be from anywhere in the world once qualified. And that tells me that your boast about Jamaicanization is purely a boast. When you go to clause 4.5a, and you set up the tribunal, it doesn't even say the chairman or members could be drawn from Jamaica. It says they may be drawn from some part of the Commonwealth. Yes, but put in Jamaica or other parts of the Caribbean if you want to speak Commonwealth, if you want to speak to Jamaicanization. If you want to speak to Jamaicanization, put Jamaica in the bill. So I made the point because too easy you all attempt to get away with PR, public relations, rather than the reality. Yes, really. And so when you spoke about Jamaicanization, you know another thing that we did for Jamaica? Rather than going to foreign to borrow money, we took money from the NHT. And oh my God, even in this chamber, there was objection. There was disagreement. And now you're praising and embracing, drying out for how long? Again, I make the point that your opposition was an opposition of tear down, opposition for opposition's sake, rather than put the best interest of Jamaica first. And we must avoid that.
We passed all those bills that the IMF wanted overnight. So you forget that. We never owed anyone there. So don't come with that.
Well,
we cooperated on every one of those bills that was led by the leader then on finance.
I won't forget who took the NHT to court, and that the man who was used worked at Belmont Road. I know it all, so don't come there. Mr. President, I come back to the EPOC. Come back to the EPOC. I want to publicly thank all the members who served on the EPOC committee. They put country first. They took the licks from a reckless opposition, but they put country first. It's interesting that the man who the opposition criticized as being pro-PNP is now the governor of the Bank of Jamaica, appointed by the JLP. Isn't it amazing? They're learning, and they realize we were doing the right thing. But the country must never forget how you criticize just for criticism's sake, or you oppose just for opposition's sake. So I thank them. I thank Dr. Peter Phillips for having the courage to trust the Jamaican people and to trust them. I thank Senator Mark Golding, as he then was, for piloting the fiscal responsibility bill. I remember we were over there, and the current Minister of Finance was on this side.
And we supported it. Oh, you can't say that. You must say that, man. I said that we went across administration. Come on, Senator Brown. You're commenting on me, man. You must say Mr. President, put your protection.
I don't need protection. I don't need protection. I'm going to run out of gas soon. I'm going to run out of gas soon. So, we thank them. But, Mr. Chairman, the trade union, Mr. President, the trade unions are a bit concerned. Trade unions are a bit concerned that you are seeking our support in this fiscal council. You sought our support during the economic crisis. You sought our support in holding wages down. But today, the trade union movement is upset that the Ministry of Labour has issued policies which says that matters affecting redundancy for workers will no longer be dealt with by the Ministry of Labour. How can that be? How can that be? How can it be that the Privy Council approved of the IDT dealing with dismissal as in flour mill that arose from redundancy?
Mr.
But
President,
the Ministry of Labour,
Mr. President,
the Ministry
on a
of
point
Labour.
of order, Mr. President. The senator seems not to recall the contents of the minister's presentation, because the utterances he's making now have nothing to do with the bill before us or the commentary that the minister has made about it. And therefore, I ask you, Mr. President, to have the senator cease and desist.
Senator Brown.
Mr. President.
Senator Brown, stick within the four corners of the bill. Stick within the four corners of the bill.
I'm sticking within this. This calls for the trade unions to be part of the commission. And I'm saying to you, I'm saying to the Senate, I'm saying to the country that the trade unions are unhappy with anti-worker measures being announced by the Ministry of Labour to stop workers' cases from going to the tribunal. I have the letter here. The letter says, I have the letter here.
Senator Brown, your comment insofar as being in a particular, the trade unions being in a particular position, but to add to that, the other comments that you are making is going outside of what is before us. So I just ask you to stick within the four corners of the bill. Thank you.
President, I'm not here to replicate what Senator Hill said, I'm here to bring issues germane to the working of the Fiscal Council. And part of the Fiscal Council, it says the unions are to be part of it. But if the unions decline to be part of it, you ought to know why the unions may decline. And that is because of the anti-worker policies now being adopted and promulgated by the Ministry of Labour, where matters relating to redundancy
Senator Brown, I think my comments could be considered as a ruling in respect to the trade unions being on the Fiscal Council. That is an issue you are raising. That I said I don't have a problem with. But to go into the other commentary, you are going outside of what I have ruled on, and I'd ask you again to stick within the confines of the bill before us. Please. Thank you.
Chairman, 17.2, 17.3 on page 14 speaks about who may make up the advisory committee. I am advocating that the trade unions do not take up their position on the advisory committee, while the anti-worker policies of the Ministry of Labour remain in place.
Senator Brown.
Am I not
Senator Brown.
What?
Senator, just you have said that already, and you have repeated it 4 times. I've ruled on it.
What have you ruled on?
that
To send
those
some neighbor-
comments are
to send some
outside of the content of the bill.
You know, when I propose later on...
And Senator Brown, let me take it one step further. That's all I said. You're repeating yourself, Senator Brown.
I'm
so
not
I just ask you
repeating.
you are repeating. You have gone 4 times with the same commentary. I'd ask you to move on, please. Thank you.
Mr. President, when I come to 17.3, I will talk about expanding the membership. And I hope you won't rule that I don't have a right to say more people should be on it. In the same way I have a right to say, and I'm saying it again, less people should be on it if you have anti-worker policy at the Ministry of Labour. So, having made that point about the genesis, you know, I don't want people criticizing the government. Only so authoritarian in your thinking. But they're not going to stop me from doing it. Right? Only so authoritarian in your thinking. Everything is a curfew. We don't know one curfew workers' rights. Yeah. So be it. So be it. The authoritarians don't always win. They may triumph for a short period. Mr. President, I want to make some comments relative to the clauses in the bill. But let it not be said that I didn't defend the rights of the workers against the anti-worker policies of the Ministry of Labour. Clause 4. Clause 4 speaks to the appointment 4.1 of the Fiscal Commissioner. Senator Webby, it says for 7 years, and he shall not be reappointed. In the public sector, Senator Hill, the vesting period for pension is 10 years. We have dedicated an entire clause, an entire schedule, the first schedule in this bill, to pension for somebody who would not be vested. Unlike other commissions of parliament, where you can be reappointed, in this case, this bill says you shall not be reappointed. Why then do we need to put in place a pension regime for somebody who is going to be there only 7 years, but the permanent secretary, the chief technical director, the clerk in a government ministry must work for 10 years before that person is eligible for pension? And so I ask that this be considered, be looked at. It would appear to me that instead of a pension, you may want to take the approach which the ministry has taken to fixed-term contracts, to implement a system of gratuity, where and I hope you all get up and jump and say, I shouldn't say this, where the provision is for up to 25%. It may be better to go that route than to be going the route of pension. In a case, Senator Webby, and you will understand this better than those who love to jump up, you will understand that in the absence of portability, this don't make sense. So if somebody is coming from PIOJ, for example, there should be an arrangement for portability relative to the pension. But if you take somebody brand new, not connected to government, and give that person 7 years, the pension route doesn't seem to me the route. And Mr. President, if you had a chance to read the schedule, the schedule speaks to pension and gratuity. Oftentimes, pension and gratuity, but only in Clause 9 of the schedule. It speaks to pension or gratuity. So we need to clear up that, Senator Hill. You might not have seen it, because it was in your brief. You may not have seen it, because it was in your brief. But are we going to be paying pension and gratuity? When I understand the ministry position is that gratuity is in lieu of pension, which is where 9 comes in, pension or gratuity. So let us be clear on what is the language you want to use. Pension and gratuity, or pension or gratuity. And I urge you to look at that and clarify it. Section 4.4 speaks to how you may remove the commissioner. It speaks to, among other things, misbehavior. And I'm not sure what misbehavior means. In the context of industrial relations. No, I am waiting for his intervention, which will show him not up to date. So, in the context, and I see it, to be fair to you, I see misbehavior used in the Constitution. But you load up misbehavior as a condition for the removal of this person without knowing, President, what misbehavior means in this thing. And then Senator Campbell, Mail Campbell. In the schedule, they don't use misbehavior. They use the term we are used to more in industrial relations, misconduct. So there needs to be some consistency between these clauses and the schedule, where misconduct is used, because we cut and paste it from some other legislation while we're using misbehavior. So I bring that to your attention so that you may want to examine it.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown, for bringing that to the attention of the Minister. The Speaker's time is up.
Mr. President, given that the Speaker's time is up, I propose that we extend the courtesy to him to finish as...
You would have heard the question. Those in favor? Against? Senator Brown?
Expeditious.
You just read what was given to you now. I am reading what I analyzed. Mr. President, at clause 4.8, 4.8 on page 6, it says the commissioner can be essentially sent on interdiction. He may be suspended from performing his function. But at what point? After the commission, the tribunal has been set up? What about the period between the allegations of misbehavior and misconduct being made and the tribunal being set up? And why the suspension should be impacted if it's a minor issue for which is our continuation would not impact the issue. We're too quick to put people on interdiction. We're too quick to send people out the world. And 3-4 years after, we're paying them in full because they are exonerated. Don't rush to suspend, is what I'm saying here.
Thank you very much.
At paragraphs, clauses 8 and 10, it speaks to remuneration. But I don't feel the role of the ministry with responsibility for public service, who set the compensation policies of government, sufficiently in the legislation. It points it to the President of the Senate, the Speaker of the House, and others. But they are not the ones who really set the salary scale and the remuneration package. And so I call for a greater role of the minister with responsibility for public service, not just to be among this group, but for them to be able to advise. That's how we do it in most of the legislation. And it seems to me what is intended here is for open sesame. And it shouldn't be allowed. I appreciate that this person will have high technical qualifications, requirements. We might never be able to find one. Or we might only be able to find a few. And so the bargaining power of that person is likely to be great. But there's nothing in this bill which says the inequity in the compensation system in government is going to be addressed. In fact, it could very well be widened. And I urge consideration for that. At clause 6, I don't think I dealt with that. It says you can't act for more than, well, it doesn't say it. It says when a vacancy arises in the Office of Fiscal Commissioner, the Governor General, after consultation with the Prime Minister and leader of the opposition, may designate someone to act in that office during such vacancy until an appointment is made. But at 4.3, it limits such acting to 12 months. Is this consistent? Is it intended to provide an opening? Shouldn't there be a closure as to the period for which that vacancy can remain open? I urge you to give consideration to that. I come to the clause 17.3, the one that you want the unions to work with, the anti-worker policies of the government. I believe the composition of the committee, as EPAC was, should include representative of agriculture, the farmers. Because Centre Hill, PSOJ may just be, and private sector may just be seen as the bankers, excluding the manufacturers, excluding commerce. I would urge an extension of the committee to at least include representative of agriculture, which is key to our recovery, as well as representative of the small business who account for the bulk of employment in the country. So I make those proposals not to have a 5-member advisory committee, but to expand it to include critical players in the Jamaican economy. 17.3, the same one where you might find you operate without unions. Because so long as you keep this anti-union, anti-worker policy, we're not going to work with you. Mr. President, you know, there's not many opportunities given to the Workers' Centre Guild to speak their mind. And I am sure you don't agree with that policy. I'm sure nobody else in the unions agree. And I know many lawyers disagree. And that is why I take the liberty have been curtailed by the presidency of the Senate to speak about the issue affecting the workers. Mr. President, the pension arrangement in the schedule speaks to widow and widowers. What it hasn't spoken to Senator Female Campbell is the common law relations. You know, we have, I think, 5 years, but for the ring. What about the common law spouse? Should that be included? Not just the widow and the widower, which require formal marriage. We have evolved. I don't know how much you have, you know. I don't have one. I'm married. But there's so many other Jamaicans who are unmarried. There's so many who may be coming from foreign. Right? And I know we're not going to recognize the same-sex marriage. Not now, not in this bill. But the widow and the widower, we should add to that the common law spouse. Because the country has passed legislation protecting the 5-year relationship. We should not, Senator Campbell, go into this and leave her out. She's not a matey. Or him out. Sorry, my apologies. She or him is not a matey. They are part of that family. They are part of that relationship. And we should take that into account as we have done with other legislation. Mr. President, having had a chance to speak today about that anti-worker policy at the Ministry of Labour, I feel good. Censored or uncensored, point of order or no point of order, the workers of Jamaica come first for me. And if I must be censored, Senator Webby, for speaking on their behalf, I will do like Bustamante. Shoot me first and leave my people. May it please you, Mr. President.
On that note, thank you, Senator Brown. So you're quoting Bustamante now, you must be late. Senator Webby.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I was going to make a similar comment that Senator Brown is quoting Honourable Bustamante. But I agree with you, Senator Brown. The workers are the most important people in Jamaica, and I'm sure Senator Gale will support that in his presentation. Mr. President, I rise in support of the Independent Fiscal Commission Bill 2021. I'm sure members of the House that were here will recall when we debated the suspension of the fiscal rules to extend the debt-to-GDP ratio in March of 2028, Senator Hill. You recall that I had indicated in my presentation, Senator Brown and Senator Morris, that we must prioritize the establishment of a fiscal council so that we can have in place a body that will provide a level of oversight and to hold the government accountable to staying on track to achieving the GDP target. So I stand here, Mr. President, to say that I'm very pleased that this bill is being debated today. I'm also very pleased, Senator Brown and Senator Allen, that the bill is a product of broad consultation. There are stakeholders involved in terms of Capri and other international partners. And I want to again commend the Minister of Finance for doing an outstanding job in getting us here today in the Senate to debate the bill. The truth is that the bill, Mr. President, and the establishment of a commission is really consistent, as Senator Hill said, with the government's commitment to secure Jamaica's gain under successive economic reform programs with the International Monetary Fund and build on the success of domestic partnership, primarily EPOC, which I'll speak on very shortly. Mr. President, when the IMF Executive Board completed its sixth and final review under the standby agreement for Jamaica in 2019, it endorsed and supported the setup of a fiscal council. I would like to also use this opportunity, Mr. President, to recognize the role of the Economic Program Oversight Committee, EPOC, which was established in 2013. And I would also like to recognize the role of Honourable Peter Phillips, because I was a part of the discussions of the private sector leader in setting up of EPOC. And I would also like to recognize the role of Mr. Richard Biles in championing the EPOC going forward. He did an outstanding job. I'm going to make a comment about your comment. Mr. President, EPOC is an example, and I know my fellow colleague Senator Bunting will embrace this. It's an example of how private sector, public and civil society can partner together in the interests of Jamaica. I want to again commend all of those who served on EPOC for their monitoring role in Jamaica's macroeconomic targets and reform commitments in support of public accountability and sustaining fiscal discipline. You know, in preparation for this presentation, lack of fiscal discipline has basically, Senator Gale, been with us since independence. And really, when you look at the fiscal position of Jamaica, it has led to a high debt to GDP ratio over many, many, many years. And what this has done, it has really stifled the potential of Jamaica's true potential in being an economic powerhouse. If you look at 1991, 1992, and that was the era of FinSAC, and I use that as an example, where our debt to GDP ratio went as high as 193%, Mr. President. And as Senator Hill quite nicely articulated, what that does, instead of building schools and building more police stations and building more modern hospitals, we were using our treasury to pay debt. And all our funding was paying debt. And that is the issue that we have. Mr. President, we must never go back there. We must never go back there. We can't spend more than we earn. In the private sector, we call that you're going to go bankrupt. And if we continue in that light, we will go bankrupt as a nation. You know, Senator Bunting used the word, and Senator, it resonated with me. It resonated with me. And you said it sort of out here, where you say maturity. And that's in my mind, Senator Bunting, that's a very powerful word. Very powerful word. We need to stop as a nation to play a blame game. And that's why I was disappointed, Senator Brown, and you and I are friends with parts of your presentation. I'm not going to get up here and speak. That's all right, but I'm here to speak freely too. So I'm not here to speak about when Minister Davis get up and say, run with it. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to look forward and speak about the Fiscal Commission of how we're going to strengthen it. That will never happen again. That's what I'm here. That's what I'm here. Mr. President, as I said before, Jamaicans, public sector, private sector, civil society, we have worked too hard and made too much sacrifices to reverse the gains we have made to reduce the debt to GDP ratio and improve our economic outlook. You know, last year, when I was doing my State of the Nation pre-COVID, it was so encouraging, Senator Allen, when I did my research and announced to the Honourable House here that the debt to GDP ratio was under 100% for the first time. It was like 94 to 96%. I took pleasure, Senator Kamina Smith Johnson, when I said that the interest rate was the lowest ever. I took pleasure when I was announcing that we had record quarterly growth never seen before in Jamaica. I took pleasure in saying that unemployment is the lowest in 40 years. I took pleasure in saying that the stock market was #1 in the world, little Jamaica, in the world. I took pleasure in saying tax revenues were ahead of budget and business confidence was at its highest. I took pleasure. And what we are debating today, Mr. President, is that the Commission will enhance the governance structure so that we continue on this path to economic independence. We cannot spend more than we earn. We cannot go back there. We will go bankrupt as a nation. Mr. President, by and large, and I've read the Hansard in detail for the lower house, there is consensus that well-designed fiscal councils are associated with 1, stronger fiscal performance and better macroeconomic and budgetary forecasts. 2, key features of effective fiscal councils include operational independence from politics, the provision or public assessment of budgetary forecasts, and 3, a strong presence in public debate and the monitoring and compliance of the fiscal policy rules. That is how I compartmentalize and break down this fiscal bill. And in reviewing the bill, Mr. President, the functions of the Commission under Section 3 of the bill, and based on my research, I believe the Commission's functions are aligned with international best practice. I would like to add also that it is important for the government to indicate to the public whether it accepts the Commission's forecast and analysis and provide an explanation where there are deviations. This approach will help to promote transparency and accountability. In other words, if there is some disagreement in terms of what is being analyzed, the government, Minister of Finance, needs to say to the public, there's a disagreement, this is why there's a disagreement. Mr. President, while the Commission's role in maintaining fiscal discipline is important, let me say this, standing as a private sector leader, so is the political will in terms of having a full success. You know, in 2009, when I was leaving the Ministry of Finance and the throne speech, the Governor General, Patrick Allen, Senator, made a speech, in his throne speech, and he said something that has resonated with me for the last decade, and I often refer to it in my discussions. And I want to paraphrase him or quote him. And he said, the government and the opposition must set the example and be constantly engaged in a new dialogue, maturity, respectful of their differences, but deeply mindful that the Jamaica that unites us is infinitely greater than the political parties that divide us. Let me read it again. The government and the opposition must set the example and be constantly engaged in a new dialogue, respectful of their differences, but deeply mindful that the Jamaica that unites us is infinitely greater than the political parties that divide us. I believe the government and the opposition agree on the importance of the Commission, and I look forward to more consultation and cooperation regarding the implementation of economic policies. Mr. President, according to Section 3 of the bill, the Commission is a Commission of Parliament and is therefore required
as a Commissioner of Parliament to submit reports on its performance pursuant to Section 16. These reports obviously must be reviewed carefully and in detail. Mr. President, there's one area that I want to mention here. The review of any entity, whether this commission or any other entity, in my opinion, must include and must be subject to a performance evaluation. There must be some methodology, some mechanism, whether by a joint select committee, that the performance of this commission be evaluated on an annual basis. How are they doing, and special key performance indicators included in their performance evaluation. And I hope I'm not sounding too private sector, but I believe that any entity must be reviewed. And when you do that review, the Commission must be held accountable for fulfilling his mandate. What gets measured gets done. Mr. President, one of the other issues...
Senator, could you just explain how you'd balance that with the independence?
In terms of a review? That's what I'm saying. I said it could be a joint select committee reviewing the performance, or they can do a self-evaluation. If you want to say they are still independent, they could do a self-evaluation of their own performance once the key performance indicators are agreed up front. But Senator Bunting, I'm sure you'll appreciate that a performance evaluation in any entity is critical. And we can work out the modalities, but it's critical. Even if you do a self-evaluation for the first round, and you discuss the self-evaluation in front of Parliament. Mr. President, one of the other issues I noted during my research is the constraints on the work of fiscal councils due to availability of resources. I noted in Section 17 that 17 section provides the appointment of a fiscal advisory committee comprising of representatives of different facets of society, such as academia and the private sector. And I like that model in terms of, Senator Hill used the word Jamaicanizing, but having a broad skill set on the advisory committee. My only point to that is that these committee members must be equipped with the technical skills and the training necessary so that the committee can be a valuable resource to the commissioner in the execution of the work of the commission. So, Mr. President, in closing, I again express my support and delight for this bill to be established, the Independent Fiscal Commission. I am confident that the Commission will be a very useful mechanism to promote economically sustainable fiscal policies. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Webby. Senator Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to acknowledge the contribution of EPOC and all those who were involved in its establishment and its successful operation. It was indeed an innovation, and it was a homegrown innovation that we demonstrated to the world. The bill we're considering today is in many ways just the establishment in statute of what we had, of the intention of EPOC, and which and the objectives that they achieved being put into part of the permanent structure of government. The Auditor General has been doing, in my opinion, an outstanding job. not just in terms of the audits of agencies and departments and what comes to the Public Accounts Committee, but in terms of meeting the very challenging deadlines set out in the fiscal policy framework in the Part 7 of the Financial Administration and Audit Act. Some of those things require, for example, that within 1 week of the fiscal policy paper being tabled, that the Auditor General has to provide a report to both houses within 1 week and speak to, the consistency of the fiscal policy paper with the preparation of the fiscal policy paper, and a number of things, for example, whether it is consistent with whether the conventions and assumptions underlying the preparation of the fiscal policy paper comply with the principles of prudent fiscal management. The Auditor General has a lot of resources available to her, and therefore she can draw personnel as necessary whenever the time comes to concentrate on this effort, and then they can be redeployed to whatever their sort of day-to-day tasks were. When we set up a fiscal commissioner or a fiscal commission, an independent fiscal commission, it is going to be a challenge to staff it at a level which will be efficient year-round, but with sufficient resources to respond within the very tight time frames that they're obligated to under the fiscal policy framework. So in that regard, I would really bring two things to the attention of the government. When we develop the budget for the Independent Fiscal Commission, it has to be adequate to provide them with the technical resources they'll need to deliver in very short periods and sometimes in unpredictable timing. But also that we pay careful attention to the transitional arrangements of when we bring this act into effect, into operation. Because if we use the recent example of the Integrity Commission, it was brought into effect before any planning, any corporate structure was put in place, before any recruiting of the staff had been done, and it really essentially compromised the work of what was formerly the Office of the Contractor General and the other commissions that were merged for 2 or 3 years until we could straighten things out. So it is important that we ensure that the Independent Fiscal Commission is adequately staffed, adequately resources, all the key positions be filled before we bring this into operation. And normally you would say this is, Senator Webby, normal organizational planning. But since we have a recent example that didn't go like that, I think it's important for me to point it out. In the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, it states, the principal objective to be achieved by this bill is therefore the establishment of a fiscal commission with a view to monitoring and maintaining Jamaica's adherence to the country's fiscal responsibility laws. And I want to emphasize here, laws, not policy, laws. Senator Hill, in your opening, you again emphasized, and I quote, the independence of the fiscal commissioner must be guaranteed. And therefore, is in that context, I really would ask that the government look at clause 13.3. And the clause 13 is referring to the independence of the fiscal commissioner, the independence. And 13.2 says, well, for completeness, let me just, they're short subsections. 13.1 says, subject to subsections 2 and 3, the fiscal commissioner shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority in the carrying out of the functions. Or control of any other person or authority in the carrying out of the functions of the Fiscal Commission under this Act. 13.2 says, the Fiscal Commissioner shall carry out the functions of the Fiscal Commission in an objective, transparent, and impartial manner. But then Section 3, and I'm almost wondering if there was an error in the numbering. It says, in carrying out the functions of the Fiscal Commission under Section 3.2, and Section 3.2 is setting out the broad functions, the Fiscal Commissioner shall only have regard to the policies of the government in this regard, and shall not consider any alternative policies. Now, it seems to me that this, in a sense, compromises that independence, because his role is to ensure compliance, adherence to the country's fiscal responsibility laws. Laws and policies are not the same. So to my mind, this, in a sense, is undermining that principal objective of the Act. And I think it can be easily corrected. If we deleted everything before the comma in 13.3 and instead said, subject to Section 13.2, and 13.2 is speaking to how the Fiscal Commissioner shall carry out the functions. So subject to that, the Fiscal Commissioner shall only have regard to the policies of the government and shall not consider any alternative policies. Then I think that would be a better formulation and avoid arguments over, well, in exercising your functions, you're going, yes, you're supposed to have independence, but you must stick with the policies of the government. It's really not about policies, it's about law. The Fiscal Responsibility Framework under the Financial Administration and Audit Act. So it might seem a small amendment, but I think it fundamentally impacts that objective of independence. And the principal objective to be achieved by the bill is the establishment of a fiscal commission with a view to monitoring and maintaining adherence to the country's fiscal responsibility laws. The other small observation, one or two other small observations, with regards to the advisory committee and the 17.3, which speaks to it comprising 5 members. The EPOC comprised 11 members, and it therefore allowed for a broad participation, Senator Brown, such as you were advocating. And I wonder if we have to restrict it to only 5, or we could have a larger number for the advisory committee, so that, given that in the precedent, which is EPOC, we had 11, something between 5 and 11 that allowed for greater participation, particularly from the representatives of the various sectors, not just the private sector organization, even though I know private sector isn't restricted to just a private sector organization, but typically if you're only going to have one from the private sector, it's going to come from the major private sector organizations. So I would ask us to look at perhaps increasing that somewhere between 5 up to maybe 10 or 11. Then I would turn to the section on pensions in the first schedule. And I'm not an expert on these matters.
No, you're the expert, you're on the Queen's Council that allowing them to make bad laws.
But this isn't so much about the law or industrial relations practice. It's really just something that I have seen, that I have come across in both the public and private sector. And it's on page 21, clause 10 of the schedule, where it says, where a person dies while holding office, while holding the office of Fiscal Commissioner, or while entitled to a pension under paragraph 2, there shall be paid to his widow a pension at an annual rate equivalent to 1/5, 20% of the pensionable emoluments. Now, Mr. President, that seems very low to me. I could understand 50%, perhaps, but having been in the position where I have had to sign off on pensions of former very senior officials in the Army, even other areas of government, and had to sign off for the widow to get the pension, I can tell you it has been painful and almost embarrassing for me to see the amounts that they're getting, that they're expected to survive on. So I would really suggest that unless this is going to throw off, has some service-wide implications for pensions that I may not be aware of, that we look at making it certainly, to a rate equivalent to perhaps 1/2 of the pensionable emoluments of the holder of the office. So, just to recap, Mr. President, we're supportive of the initiative, as many contributors to the debate have said. It really is the end point of a process that started in 2013 with the establishment of the Economic Policy and Oversight Committee, EPOC. And we have, in a sense, used this model now. We have started a CMOC, which comes back to the crime consensus that I spoke about. But what was much easier for EPOC, in one sense, was that they had an established agreement with targets, objective targets to follow. Where we are now, both with the Crime Management and Oversight Committee and with the Fiscal Commissioner, is that we won't have any third parties to prescribe, or even if we agree, but to do the technical work. We will have to do the technical work ourselves. And therefore, it is part of the maturity that that Senator Webby spoke to, and it is part of where we're going. And it is in that spirit of maturity that I'm really asking the government to look at Section 13.3. There's been so much emphasis on this independence that I don't think we should subject it to policy veto. It must be in accordance with the law, which is the principal objective of this bill. And with those, Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bunting. Senator Gale.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Brown.
It's customary to welcome our speaker with a round of applause. I haven't heard the president of the I haven't heard the president of the BITU for such a long time. Welcome.
I thank you. I thank you, sir. This would have been my first presentation for the start of the year, and I want to use the opportunity to wish, my colleagues and the staff here a prosperous but very safe 2021. Extremely safe, given the circumstances that we are living under with the ravages of this pandemic. Senator Brown, you made reference of that you're going to be disappointed if I don't speak on certain matters. And you know me very well that nobody controls what I speak about. I've listened to the presentations from my colleagues on both sides. There are parts of it that I agree with, and there are parts that I strongly disagree, and I'm going to represent those. President, the government of Jamaica is taking action to institutionalize this fiscal transparency and strengthen its fiscal responsibility framework by way of this independent fiscal commission. This legislation will be the guardian and vanguard of Jamaica's fiscal rules. It has been said that it will monitor compliance with these fiscal rules, report on the fiscal outcomes, and is expected to keep the public informed by providing an independent analysis on the fiscal developments. Mr. President, this is a move that demonstrates a level of consistency in a government policy commitment to institutionalize fiscal transparency and strengthen Jamaica's fiscal responsibility. And it falls on the heel, Mr. President, of a commitment that was made in establishing an independent central bank. Again, this is another good move by the government. Several countries have recently established such institutions. And by increasing fiscal transparency, they can raise awareness of the long-run cost of current deficits and increase reputational costs for governments of violating their fiscal rules. And whilst commissions that make also normative judgments where fiscal policy is evaluated against the government's own preset objectives, they are likely to be more influential than councils that only make positive analysis. So to fulfill their role adequately, this fiscal watchdog, I want to suggest that I'm in total agreement that it should be granted the level of independence that is required, and it ought to be legislated. Mr. President, we know that a number of countries find themselves today with soaring government debt. And this could have been based on the immediate cause of the deterioration of their own public financing due to the ravaging crisis caused by this global pandemic. It is a good thing, sir, that we are having this independent fiscal watchdog. The establishment of such an institution with a remit to monitor public finances will attract endorsement from multilateral agencies such as the IMF, the World Bank, and the IADB. Jamaica, sir, will be at a better place also in the eyes of the rating agencies. And put it bluntly, sir, our stocks will go up. President, this independent fiscal commission could obviously have a direct disciplining effect to the extent that any deficit bias that depends on insufficient understanding of our long-term consequences of having good, sound fiscal policies, both among political leaders and the society, what it does, President, it removes the impression that politicians are acting only in their own interest. So here you are having a situation where you have this watchdog group that is going to oversee the actions of what a government will dictate and hold government more accountable for its actions. And that is why this is plausible, and what it does, it removes in the minds of the society that politicians are seeking to pursue their own pecuniary advantage. And this is one of the good things about it. President, the Commission, sir, can help spot any attempts of deviation and renounce them publicly. It also will inspire confidence, and government in the long run will earn more credibility. The appropriate task for an independent fiscal policy commission will depend, sir, on the institutional and the level of demand that is required. And so the role and function has been detailed. But what is critical, and it has been mentioned, is the capital that is going to be presented, going to be prescribed to effectively and efficiently allow the Commission to perform its duties. The extent to which it will be adequately staffed with the requisite skills and competence is going to be critical. Because the remit of it is, to deal with macroeconomic forecasting, periodic analysis of budget, cost estimates, analysis of the impact of policy changes of even future budgets, social and economic research. Those are critical functions that are going to require the requisite skill set for it to be able to perform efficiently and effectively. This is a situation where this fiscal watchdog is now where we will have the unelected experts evaluating the elected representatives. The unelected experts evaluating the elected representatives. And I'm of the profound view that that is a good move. Now, one cannot, of course, sir, dismiss the possibility that a fiscal policy commission could misuse its powers and define, even in instances, its own political agenda. And although this is likely to lead to a loss of reputation and influence, how large this risk is dependent on, to some extent, how the advisory committee is chosen and how commission is chosen. Mr. President, independence is important. The composition of the advisory committee is important. And the influence that is demonstrated is also of critical importance. And I want to deal with the question of the composition, because clause 17 refers to the advisory committee. I think the 5, in my mind and my opinion, is limited. I think for the purposes of which the objectives are intended, consideration should be given at some point in time to have it more extended to capture the focus and thinking of a wider cross-section of society. So you have the academias, and you have private sector, and you have civil society. And you have the trade unions who are a part of EPOC. Now, Senator Brown, you raised this issue about the anti-worker position taken by the Ministry of Labour. And I agree with you. It is the most egregious act against the working class. And I also agree that those who are promoting it are so too culpable of such egregious behavior. What I will say to my colleagues is that that matter has already been raised with the Minister of Labour through the Labour Advisory Committee, and we take it very strong. Well, I hope you'll like me when I make the next statement.
And they're in the cooperation.
Because I take note of the position that you raised, that the trade unions must not take up their seat as a member of the Commission Advisory Committee. Senator Brown, I could agree with you, you know. But guess what? I could agree with you, but guess what? If I agreed with you, then both of us would be wrong. Let me say this to you, because I take a different position as a trade unionist. If I'm going to confront something, I must be at the table to confront it. I don't walk away, Senator Brown, from a confrontation. If we're asked to be at the table, let's be at the table and advise them where they are going wrong. So I am in strong support that the trade unions must take up their seat at the table as a part of the advisory commission. Is up. So, no. Mr. President, where I have a concern, and I share the concern with you, is in relation to the pension. Because, you know, one could argue that in trying to attract and to retain the composite skill of this commissioner, wherever that commissioner may come from, you may want to create the most effective remuneration package. Yeah? And you're seeing here where there's an application of a pensionable arrangement, a salary, allowances, and gratuity. The concern I have is that there are many public sector workers today that cannot contribute to the pension scheme that this Parliament has entrenched because of the fixed-term contract arrangement that they have, and because a number of them are employed on a temporary basis. And I want to suggest that the same knife that sticks sheep must stick goat. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. You cannot have situations where public sector employees are working in full-time contract on a temporary basis, in full-time roles, and they are not afforded permanency. And so, those are issues that needs to be addressed. No, I am simply pointing out that there's an inequity. I'm simply pointing out that there's an inequity, and the inequity is glaring. Well, there's another forum. There's another forum that we will deal with that. You see, one of the things, no, Senator Brown, just allow me to shed some light to Senator Bunting, to which you have been negligent in doing. Senator Bunting, it's not every time you negotiate in the public sphere. And there are some of the issues that have to be dealt with at the more appropriate time, at the most appropriate place. Today is not for it. Today is not for it. Mr. President, this is a good thing. The current public debt problems in many advanced economies have focused interest on fiscal watchdogs, and it could direct discipline, helping to create awareness, dealing with exposures, and dealing with risk. This move by the government, it is good for Jamaica. It is good for our citizens. It is good for confidence. It's good for our ratings, both locally and on the international market. And it is good for the economy. So, President, I support this legislation wholeheartedly. May it please us.
Minister Hill? 1 minute, please. Just get Minister Hill, please. It's okay, he's going. Thank you, Senator Gale. Minister Hill?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would never do that. Mr. President, I'm pleased to hear most of what I've heard in debating this bill. But truly, to be gracious, to hear all of it. Let's start off with Clause 12.3b, where Senator Brown rightly points out that the formal bill, which the judge would see, does say a charge not exceeding $1 million, and that charge doesn't have to be $1 million, but up to $1 million. A bill in Parliament to create legislation to govern commissions of Parliament is something that I'm sure the Minister of Public Service might consider, but that can only be a suggestion at this time. However, as Senator Gale pointed out so clearly, in dealing with this particular commission, the expertise needed for various commissions will differ. This one will call for a particularly high and in-depth and deep expertise and experience in finance, macroeconomics, and those kinds of people are not easy to attract, and they don't come cheap. And in fact, that might be one reason why, when in making this policy, the minister, who is very familiar with those, he worked at Goldman Sachs, I worked in New York, Senator Bunting knows, Senator Webby knows, these people who he has to employ continue still. They don't come cheap. And so, agreed, but can we just stay on the subject? because that's not always easy to do, but I'd like to stay on the subject. Given that that's the case, you know that when you're setting out the job for this fiscal commissioner, I think the minister and the drafters got it right in saying they should have one term of 7 years, because the stress that will come from that job, the public sometimes praise and often might be chastisement that will come in this job says that we should really not have somebody in there longer than 7 years. And if you're going to do that and it's outside of the 10-year period that you usually have for pension, then you set up a commission of Parliament that will take a look at that. And you know, and the other point you raised, Senator Brown, about that long list in, I think it was clause 13 or 17, that long list, no, it was clause 8.4, where you have everybody down there, and at the bottom you have the Minister of Public Service looking at his salary. I must remind us that constantly I hear from your side that we want these commissions of Parliament. Well, a commission of Parliament is a creature of Parliament, and therefore it is appropriate that parliamentarians should look at, especially this case where you have a particular set of expertise that you need. But, to your point, Senator Brown, the minister with responsibility for finance and public service will be in that discussion, and knowing how these things work, the minister will probably be leading that discussion. So I feel very comfortable that the arrangement made in this bill is the right one in terms of the tenure of the commissioner and how that commissioner's compensation will be handled. You came and spent a lot of time on trade unions. And the main thing you said is that you will oppose if they don't do certain things. Well, you know something? Luckily, there are more than one trade unionist in the country. There might actually be some who might decide that it's a good thing and will join it. So we recognize what you're saying, Senator Brown, but that matter is not relating to this bill. And this bill is saying that we want to have trade unionists giving their opinion to the advisory committee, and the law will continue to suggest that. I'm glad trade unionists are included, but I'm very happy. The matter of the pension that Senator Bunting raised is a real one. I would love to see the pension or the gratuities be higher. Knowing that the Minister of Finance and Public Service is the only ministry in our country that has the entire plethora of data relating to salaries and pensions and gratuities, and the minister in this particular case knows what it will take to encourage and get such a person to run that commission, I believe due consideration was given. But part of that due consideration is what can we really afford? And you know, sometimes you might offer a job to a person who will say, you know I'm worth more than this. But they might say, you know something, I'm committed to Jamaica. Or I'm committed to this new company. A new company, Senator Bunting, once you were a younger entrepreneur starting a new company might approach a really smart, sharp expert and say, you know something, we can't pay you now. We know we can't pay you, but you know something, you are the man we want to run this organization. Stay with us, grow with us. And so entrepreneurs make that offer. Government officials say, you know something, there's a brand called Brand Jamaica. Under that brand, you have Usain Bolt, if you're a runner. If you go to India where where cricket is really important, the rest are kind of supporters to Indian cricket. Chris Gayle is the man. Bolt is great, but it's Gayle they want to say. And then we come out night and day to see Gayle. So we have that brand, and we have a music, and we have Bob Marley that gave us this song of the century, the last century. And because of that, we say for this brand, Mr. Commissioner, we're paying you somewhat less, but we believe you can contribute to a wonderful country. And sometimes, my dear senators, that expert will take the job. So, remember that this commissioner will very likely have had a very successful career in one of the financial institutions that you're used to. So they might very well take it. but you know, believe me, we're not looking any more job. No more job. It's all right? None. No elected, no nothing. Make it clear, okay, on record. No. Please understand that. No, we talk about epoch. And Mr. President, I am extremely pleased about the fact that it was a Jamaican creation. Epoch was not created in Washington or Havana or Moscow or Beijing or Port of Spain. Right here in Kingston. I'm very proud of what Epoch has done. I'm very proud for all the individuals that have served. I'm not going to call all their names because I might leave out some. We're going to give thanks to all of them. But there's one name that wasn't called. When Dr. Peter Phillips returned from Washington with that amazingly difficult IMF program that we had to live with. And he came back and he improvised and created Epoch. Andrew Holness did not oppose it for 1 second. Andrew Holness supported it. I was in those IMF meetings when every time the IMF people came, Favour Williams and myself was there with Andrew Holness and Audley Shaw and others, and Andrew Holness supported it without any equivocation. When Mark Golding brought those spate of bills, Friday after Friday, Tuesday after Tuesday, that must be passed on an emergency basis to meet the IMF program, Andrew Holness stood tall with tremendous political maturity, and I want that recorded today. So Epoch, Mr. President, is a joint creation. And yes, I'm happy for it, but we must also take some credit for it because we never opposed it. So I'm going to comment on Senator Bunting's comment on Clause 13.3. Clause 13.3, the term having regard for government policies. I put it to you, Senator Bunting, that I might have very strong regard for you, as I do, but I will disagree with you and maybe even disregard some of what you say. Regard doesn't say I must obey. So if the Fiscal Commission is about the Jamaican Independent Fiscal Commission, it must have regard to the government's policies. I'll show you an example. No, don't. That's right. And that's in law. But it cannot disregard the government policies. For instance, the IMF says you must have a level of 7% There is no divide and conquer on this side. There might be a lot of conquering and dividing elsewhere on the other side, but not over here. Not over here. Not over here. But when the IMF says you have to meet a certain target, you meet a target. So you have regard, the IMF will have regard for the target that we agree, but they won't say how you meet it within that target. So the Commission will have regard, but certainly will be completely independent of, it says so, of any government official or anybody else. So I don't have any problem or fear for the independence that we're guaranteeing to the Fiscal Commission. So I'm saying to you that the crafters of the Independent Fiscal Commission have done a good job, and I want to personally compliment and congratulate Minister of Finance and Public Service, Dr. Nigel Clark, and his staff and team for the work that they've done to this. I know, for instance, that in putting together this trioc of bills, along with others that they've had to work at the same time, tremendous amount of work was done. I think that given the way this bill has been written, the consideration given to it, the expertise that we search for, and our ability to pay, given our circumstances, we have come out at a right place to have this bill approved into law, and that we have and set up our own independent fiscal commission, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. has asked for the bill to be read for a second time. Those in favour?
I ask for the second reading of the bill, Mr. President.
Those in favour? Aye. Against? You said it will.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend an Independent Fiscal Commission to promote some fiscal policy and fiscal management in an effort to sustain fiscal discipline. Read a second time.
The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Thank you. I think that I can go with some expedition through this bill.
Please, Mr. President. En bloc.
1 to 19.
Aye.
What? I put clauses 1 through 3. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. I put clause 4.
4. Chairman. Is this 12 months at 4.3b being retained in light of 6? Is there a conflict with 6?
I think he's addressing you,
Say it again, Senator Brown, sorry. 4.3
B. Why am I seeing 2 months in my copy of this bill?
2 months. B is 2 months. No, on the last line on the treaty it says that.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Minister Hill, the appointment shall not be for a period exceeding 12 months.
You're reading 4.3b. Okay. Not exceeding 12 months, yes. And what's the question?
Yeah, in clause 6, which speaks to the filling of a vacancy, it says the Governor General may designate someone to act in that office during such vacancy until an appointment is made.
Yes, and the intention is that they will work together so that this is not, they don't just make an appointment and it is at large as to when the appointment is made. This will guide that the vacancy shouldn't exist for more than a year.
More than 12 months.
So the intention is that they would work together.
So
I understand the question, but they're not in conflict.
6 is constrained by 3B.
Yes, they work together.
Should we just put that in the bill?
Well, they work together, so it's.
Thank you.
I'm not so sure they work together. They can work in conflict as well. And so, to an abundance of caution, I propose that we state something at 6 that takes into account that qualification that is intended.
Yes, just to clarify that in 4, the person is still there, you know, whereas under 6 it's a vacancy. So sorry, my explanation a while ago was perhaps a little wide of the mark. This is a separate situation. So there's no vacancy if the person is simply unable to be there for a period of time.
It is envisaged that a vacancy could last over 12 months.
It does appear so.
But if there's a vacancy, somebody will have to be acting.
Yes.
So, again...
So 6 will apply.
So you're just let me see if I understand what you're saying now. Squash what you said first.
Scratch.
They're not working together. They're two separate situations.
Completely.
One is where the term of office has ended and a new appointment hasn't yet been made, and this is 6, and therefore you're appointing an interim person to be Fiscal Commissioner pro tem until the appointment, the permanent appointment. Yeah. Now that is an indefinite acting period. It's until an appointment is made. While 4 is where you have a substantive office holder, and for reasons of illness or whatever else, they cannot fulfill their, the duties of their office temporarily, and that is constrained. That acting appointment
by 1 year
is constrained to 1 year. Okay, thank you.
I put clause.
Shouldn't there be a limit on which that position becomes vacant? Because when it is vacant, somebody's going to have to act in it. And so what you're going to be doing is saying, if it's vacant for 2 years, Tom act, Joe act, it needs to have some tightening up there.
So what you'll be suggesting is to define the acting period?
The acting period, the extent to which you can have a vacancy running more than somebody acting.
All right, thank you. I don't think that there's going to be any movement there, so I put clause 4. Those in favor?
And 4, Chair, and 4.
Beg your pardon?
And 4 now. The use of the term misbehavior. It runs different in the schedule where the term is used misconduct. I'm not going to be opposing misbehavior because in the Constitution it used that term. But let there be some consistency in the schedule as to somebody pension. Page in the schedule is, let me find it. I think.
On more than one occasion,
like on page 19, it have misconduct. It have it twice on page 19. It have it on page 20 twice. So there needs to be some consistency with the term being used. At 4.5, A, that the term where it says the tribunal could be 4.5A, that's correct. Where it says the tribunal could be having somebody having unlimited jurisdiction in a Commonwealth country. I wouldn't mind, consistent with Senator Hill, Jamaicanization, the term in Jamaica or in a Commonwealth jurisdiction in that way. So insert Jamaica to get
would you accept, Senator Brown, that this is Jamaican legislation, so it's a given? It does not say you should choose from the Commonwealth. Jamaica is in the Commonwealth. This is Jamaican legislation, and I think it covers it. Well, you notice how Jamaican I've been and Jamaican independence.
Thank you very much, Senator Hill.
You talk about Jamaicanization, but you don't want to put
Move on, Mr. President.
I put clause 4. Those in favor? Against?
What's their response to the misconduct thing?
Yes, it is. It's just a function of this is how both matters are treated in other legislation as well. This misbehavior is generally interpreted in the context of removal, while the misconduct reference is in calculation of the consequences on the consequences in respect of the negligence and misconduct, which are different circumstances. Misbehavior is a constitutional concept leading to removal, and it's used in different legislation. You'll find it in legislation across the piece where there is removal of a parliamentary office, of a special appointee, and the misconduct is otherwise interpreted.
President, let me just make the point and leave it, which is to say, in the body of the legislation.
Senator Brown, you said that 46 times, you know.
No, not 46. I want to say it 47.
Just to clarify, this is in respect of calculation of pension.
Misconduct is not the same as the misbehavior. And if we're using a term to say somebody may be terminated for misbehavior, and then we come to the pension and say, if you are terminated for misconduct, is that the same thing? So all I'm saying, use misbehavior in the schedule as well. So there's consistency in the language.
Yes, and what I'm saying is that in these very different circumstances, the language is actually appropriate and is what has been judicially interpreted otherwise, so that it will be interpreted otherwise. One is for removal, constitutional removal, and the other is in respect of calculation of the pension, where you are terminated because where your service is ending for other reasons. It's about calculation of the pension. Misconduct is judicially interpreted in that context, so there's precedent in that regard. Misbehavior is relevant to removal, and that's what's generally found. Mr. President?
Thank you very much. Members, I put clause 4. Those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. Can I put 5 to 10? Those in favor? Aye. Against? Ayes have it. Can I put 10 to 15? Pardon? 11. I know.
At 11, Chair. At 12.
Put 11. Those in favor? Against? 12.
Yeah. I note, Chairman, that there's a special oath for this commission. And I would think would be, like other countries, would be developing one oath that all public officers can take. And so I'd love to know, why is it a separate and special oath here? This thing from Prime Minister, ministers, and other people. In the United States, every person who goes to swear to the same oath. Why the multiplicity of oaths?
I don't think you're going to get an answer to that from this minister on this point here, you know. So can I put clause 12? Those in favor?
Let's move on.
So it's clause 12. Those in favor? Against? The ayes have it. I put clause 13 to 19.
13, Chair.
Beg your pardon?
13.1.
Okay, very well. I put clause 13.
Yeah. 13.1 speaks to, shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person. And I'm not sure what that means.
You don't know what any other person means?
I don't know if it means that there's some other person who they can take direction from. And so the term, I hope we could delete other.
I don't think, Minister, you're prepared to delete other?
No, there's no need. There's no need, Mr. President.
Thank you. So I put clause 13. Those in favor? Against? I put clause 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19.
17.
I put clauses 14,
17. Yeah.
Mr. Brown, I put clause 14, 15, and 16. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. Clause 17.
We propose on 17.3 that there be an expansion of the numbers of members of up to 11.
I get the impression I might be misguided that that has already been...
This has been discussed at length, Mr. President.
Not accepted.
We're not going to change it.
Very well. So I put clause 17. Those in favor?
17.8, Chairman.
Come again?
17.8. I note the use of the term cast second vote as against casting vote. Is there a reason for the preference in language? At the bottom.
I would say there probably is.
Yeah, but could we be told? The public need to know.
Minister, please.
It was debated at length and found to be okay, Mr. President. We should move on.
The result is the same. The result is the same.
Yeah.
(18) and 19. Those in favor? Against? I put the first schedule. Those in favor?
First schedule, Chair. At 3, it says, where a person holding the office of Fiscal Commissioner retires in pensionable circumstances, he shall be paid pension and gratuity in accordance with this schedule. Is it the intention to make 2 payments, or is it to be pension or gratuity?
I think the clause is clearly written, Mr. President. It was, again, looking at what we have, who we have to choose. This was the compensation consideration, and the clause is clear.
Sorry, is the minister saying that the intention is unlike the rest of the public sector to pay
I'm
this
saying the clause is clear. That's what I said.
Let me finish. To pay this commissioner pension and gratuity, which does not apply to anybody else in the public sector? Is that the intention?
I think there must be an explanation for this, Mr. Chairman. I think we're just trying to understand. As it's not usual to pay both pension and gratuity. So is there a particular circumstance anticipated where you would pay, for example, a reduced pension and a gratuity in the circumstances of the misconduct, for example?
or a gratuity instead of a pension. I think we're just trying to understand the unusual. It's not trying to be difficult, just trying to understand. Remember, a few of us very shortly will be sitting in committee trying to interpret this as we set the emoluments package for the fiscal commissioner. So we should be very clear what it is what this means, because in short order we're going to have to be interpreting it and determining it.
Which phrase in particular is a
You're opposing someone, you don't even know what
No,
phrase you're talking.
I just want to make sure to answer what Senator Bunting said.
At 3.1.
You said 3.1.
On page 17.
And I said in clause 17, in the first schedule, 3.1.
Page 17.
Page 17, I am on page 17, 3.1. Where a person is holding office fiscal, yeah, that's one, retires in pension, he shall be paid pension and gratuity. My response was, it is clear. Now, let me try and give you an explanation, Senator Bunting. You're asking for that. You remember the point you raised earlier that the pension is really quite low. And I gave you the impression that...
Senator Hill, 1 minute, just 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes, go, sure.
There are standard provisions. It is the same exact language that's in every other commission of parliament, political ombudsman. Every commission of parliament has this exact same language.
And what it means, is that if it is a pension, it is dealt with in that way. If it is dealt with in that way.
So it can be read, it would be the same as if it said and or.
Yes, but and or is not an appropriate drafting formulation. So this is how it's provided.
But it means
for elsewhere.
essentially the same thing.
Clause 9 of the schedule, it speaks to pension or gratuity. And again, it seems to me that this bill is lacking in consistency in the language and could create problems down the road.
All right, well, I hope it doesn't. So I put the first schedule. Those in favor? Those in favor of the first schedule?
No, Chairman, sorry. Before the clause which speaks to widow and widower, I raised the question as to what happened in a common law situation. I've had no response to that. Sorry? I'm not hearing you.
You know,
Jamaican law recognizes the common law spouse as part of its law, but it's not necessary at each point to make a statement about it. I'm not sure if there is any
Minister,
further explanation.
there's a case I include now, the common law spouse of a police officer, that Justice Campbell ruled that she should have gotten some money. The Ministry of Finance took it to the Court of Appeal, and it was ruled that she shouldn't get it. And so I want to make sure that in our legislation here, we protect such a spouse. Because as you're right to say, the law is advanced to make sure there is...
Senator Brown, I don't want to descend into the arena, but the issue that you're raising is a larger issue that's not going to be addressed in this piece of legislation.
So what am I to do? Come here and be rubber stamp and not raise concerns?
No, you don't have to be a rubber stamp. You don't have to vote for it. You don't have to be a rubber stamp.
Mr. President, Senator Johnson Smith's intervention
all you
was
have to
correct.
do is just call for a divide.
Well, I know you don't love divide.
Spouse is legally defined as...
you don't love divide, but you don't invite us to divide. Invite us to find consensus. That's how we operate.
No, but you're not
That's
going
how
to
we take the country forward.
You're not going to find consensus in an area. The issue that you are raising is one with greater consequence that runs across a number of bits of legislation. You're not going to get an answer here in relation to a wider situation, which may very well be covered anyway.
Well,
President, if I could assist, Mr. President, the definition of spouse in law includes a person who has been cohabiting with a single man or woman, depending on whether the person is female or male, for 5 years or more. So if that person's spouse passes away, they then become widow or widower. It's already covered under law.
Senator Brown, and you never
cover
know that?
widow or widower. And that's the point I'm making.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to take the first schedule. Those in favor? Against? I'm going to take the second, third schedules. Those in favor? Against? Thank you. The title and enacting clause. Senator Brown, anything? I take the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Against? The question is that I do report the bill as having passed without amendment. Those in favor? Against? I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Minister is asking for the bill to be read for a third time.
Mr. President, I ask that the bill be read for a third time. Thank you.
I'm in Senate. The question is that the bill be read for a third time. Those in favor? Against? Madam Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Establish an Independent Fiscal Commission to promote sound fiscal policy and fiscal management in an effort to sustain fiscal discipline, read a third time and passed.
Minister.
Mr. President, might I ask for recommittal of notices of motion given orally?
It has been asked by the Minister. Those in favor? Against?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will, for clarity, for complete clarity, reread the motions of which notice was given earlier at the point at which I asked for suspension, and then I will take the subsequent motions as would be appropriate for this last sitting of the session. So I beg to give notice, Mr. President, that at the next meeting of the Senate I will move, whereas it is customary for this Honourable Senate to mark the opening of each session of Parliament. Nope, sorry. This is, nope. We're going back here to our disclosures. Right. We had a shift around. Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate I will move, be it resolved, with reference to the sessional select. Oh no, hold on. I'm sorry, my apologies, colleagues. Really, my apologies. Yeah, no. Remove every label. Remove every label immediately. Disentitled. Hold on. This is most unusual.
The Minister said that she was going to read it over. You stopped at the point where you are to...
So what I'll reread then, Mr. President, because there was an error in it, and this is why I had planned to just reread both, is the following notice that be it resolved that this Honourable Senate appoint a select committee comprising the following members: Senator Cavan Gale, Senator Dr. Sophia Longmore, Senator Shireen Golding Campbell, Senator Janice Allen, Senator Gabriella Morris, to sit jointly with a similar committee appointed by the House of Representatives to consider and report on a bill shortly entitled the Tobacco Control Act 2020. And I further beg, Mr. President, to give notice that at a later stage today I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Mr. President, I also beg to give notice that whereas it is customary for this Honourable Senate to mark the opening of each session of Parliament with a ceremonial sitting to which members of the House of Representatives are invited, and whereas it is intended that the first meeting in the next parliamentary session be held on February 18, 2021, and that the aforementioned custom be observed in respect of the meeting, and whereas the social distancing measures implemented in response to the COVID-19 pandemic have severely reduced seating capacity within the legislative chamber and rendered it physically impossible for all members of the Senate and the House of Representatives to safely gather there simultaneously, be it resolved that the East Gallery be deemed to be part of the legislative chamber for the purposes of the inaugural meeting of the Senate to be held on February 18, 2021, and that parliamentarians seated in the East Gallery on that day be afforded all the rights and privileges that would accrue to them were they seated within the boundaries of the chambers as originally defined. And Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take that motion. I further beg, Mr. President, to give notice that at this next meeting of the Senate I will move, be it resolved with reference to the sessional select, joint select and select committees which are appointed in the current session of Parliament, and where these committees have not completed their deliberations, that in the new session of Parliament, this Honourable Senate be empowered to enable the committees to proceed with the issues referred to them from the stage reached before prorogation. Be it further resolved that the composition of all these committees remain unchanged except where necessary by further motion taken and approved by this Honourable Senate. And be it further resolved, with reference to the matters identified below, which are included in the order of business in this session of Parliament, but for which deliberations have not been completed, that in the new session of Parliament the Senate be empowered to proceed with them from the stage reached before prorogation. 1. Item 1 under Government Business, the Protected Disclosure Amendment of First Schedule Order 2021, and 2. All matters referred to committees. I further beg to give notice, Mr. President, that at a later stage today I will move for suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take all the motions, notice of which I have just given.
Thank you very much. And we have arrived at that point.
Okay, I thought the question was going to. Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I have given earlier.
Members who were all paying close attention would have heard the several motions, and I put them to the membership. Those in favour?
Mr. President, just for clarity, the protected disclosure motion, which you gave notice of earlier, that is being taken forward into the next session. That's one of those that's carried over into the next session. So we will debate that at the appropriate time. I just wanted, because there was some back and forth and we weren't following.
Thank you very much. Those in favour? Against? Minister?
Mr. President, it is not intended to do any. Thank you. Mr. President, I now ask that all of the motions, notice of which we gave earlier, be approved.
You have heard the question. Those in favour? Against?
Mr. President, it is not intended to do any further business today. And unless there is any other business that others feel that they will move me so to do, Mr. President, it is at this point that we note our last, that this is indeed our last session, or our last sitting for the session. And we have understood that when we return for the ceremonial opening on the 18th, that the East Gallery will have been deemed to be a part of the legislative chamber as a result of the motion which we have just taken. So given that the opening is a sitting of the Senate to which the other house is invited, the motion was moved here and not in that other place on Tuesday. The point being that we will now ensure that all parliamentarians, whether elected or appointed, will, in the seating arrangements for Thursday's event, will take place as between the East Gallery and here. Clearly, because of COVID, we will not be having our usual circumstances of invited guests, and therefore the area will be available for greater spacing and safe seating of the members of both houses who are, by virtue of the DRMA, exempt from the gathering rule, so that the process of securing our democracy and democratic institutions shall remain preserved. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is that this Honourable Senate be adjourned for a date. No, it's not to be adjourned. Eh? Yes, absolutely. The question is that the Senate be adjourned, sign and die. Those in favour? Against? This Honourable Senate now stands adjourned, sign and die.